All fine. and then so other possibility is that all participants can join also from foreign countries and even quite far ones. I don't remember statistics at this moment. I will check once more, but if I remember correctly, we have participants from more than 20 countries registered to this event. And it was around 200 people in total. So this is really a nice amount of participants. When our conferences was just local, it was not so big number. It was around 100 usually. So little introduction. I'm Mikko Zelmenis, chairman of the board of Latvian Society for Quality, and we are hosts of this conference today. And this conference is held thanks to EU project. Project name is TIMS. Full name is TIMS Self-Assessment Tool for Innovation. Lost the place, correct. But this is about innovation management system and how to develop it. Content is also the self-assessment tool. That's a very interesting thing. And of course, some training materials that support that. And at this moment, I would like to welcome our first speakers. So the first one will be our Austrian partners in the project. We have 7 partners who don't know. But of course, before that, I shall mention some technical things, how you should interact with us. Because of course, here that are present on our premises here, those can ask questions just directly by showing that they have a question to our colleagues. And other possibilities also on your desks, there are QR code where you can scan and write the question directly, so you may not speak, and we will read your question and ask to the one who is speaking. One thing you should remember, for each speaker, these questions will restart. So the next one won't see the previous ones. So please be aware of that. And if you have a question to the next speaker, scan code once more and check and write it down there. And if there is some technical issues for those who are registered to Zoom, you can go to our webpage, timsproject.eu. There is a conference section and live directly from our webpage through YouTube. So you can follow us also on YouTube. And there is also this Menti code where you can scan it and join. I think that's everything that was the most important for you to successfully follow us. So the first speakers will be Richard Messner from Austria. He is founder of European System Software Service Process Improvement and Innovation Conference, has edited 25 books and 20 journal volumes in the field. And his colleague, Laura, she is an innovation research and innovation assessment coach, marketing design lead from Euro SPI and ESCN. So please come join. This one will switch the slides.
Okay. No, I stand here. I will always stand there. How do I see the slides? Are they displayed? There's maybe we wait until the slides are displayed. Okay. And I think then it works with the switching, right? I can try. It says 2, but it doesn't do slide 2. It's now working. I think you will have to do it, yeah, because it's not connected with maybe to switch on, or maybe there's no power. Does it? Well, it doesn't. Honestly, no. Can you show? Yeah, you can try. Yeah. Okay, I have to point to it. Okay.
Yeah, you want to talk. Mm.
Okay, because if I point this way, it's not working. It's this way. Okay, yeah, then we can start. The first talk, like Nikos mentioned, is I'm also a member of one in 3 of 7 blueprints in the European Union. Because in Europe, we have also the idea that we are aggregating our power to some kind of central initiative. And one of these blueprints is also supporting what we will continue here with, because we try to aggregate some joint power in automotive, in defense, in battery systems at the moment. And we get some strategic funding from that. And those projects are directly coordinated by an officer that directly communicates to the commissioner. And we place this project result also on that place here. And this is exactly where I will present how we use that strategically. And we have a invitation in the afternoon by the president of the ASA, which is the Automotive Skills Alliance, which is a Pact for Skills partner for the automotive area in the European Union, and is the result of one of those blueprint projects in the European Union. Yeah. So it means that my presentation is connected also to the presentation in the afternoon of Mr. Stolfer. Okay, so what I'm talking about. Good. What is now the approach to innovation? If we want to make it a leadership of innovation, let's say we want to see it as a strategy in the European Union, right? A strategy to do it in companies like big companies like Volkswagen, yeah, or big companies like some companies like Kongsberg or other companies. How would we do it? Yeah. And here are some questions. What is not to be done? Does it help to have a team somewhere that's very creative? We do idea management and no one connects to them and it's not implemented. No, it doesn't help. The other question is it possible nowadays that you produce a system like a plane, a car, a defense system by having one company knowing everything? The answer is no. Just when you go in a car, we have in a car 150 computers. We have a server. We have different mechanical parts. And even the controller, which is on one ECU, is by a company that has 200,000 employees. And where one processor has 4.5 billion transistors in it. So we talk about the connected knowledge, which you have to aggregate to create leadership. And that is a different type of innovation. It's not just we find a group of 3 people that have a new idea. No, it's a structured innovation. How do we make innovation, a structured innovation, as a strategy? This is exactly how we understand the ISO 56000. We understand it as a norm that creates a method to build a structure into an innovation strategy inside a multinational company, a small company, in a team, or even on a bigger scale for a blueprint in the European Union. And here are some scenarios, yeah, how we implement it. Scenario number one, that's a scenario of a multinational corporation, and I break it later down also to the scenario of how we use it in a small company. And you always see here the guideline, structured innovation. So the norm is not that we have another idea of idea management. That's not new. But what the norm does is we get the structure of how to make it strategically. So we have an assessment part in the norm. That's ISO 56004. And what we see here is it allows us to generate a strengths and weakness measurement of different areas of innovation. Now you see here a holding, and that holding might have different business areas. Each business area can get an assessment of a strengths and weakness profile. You see left the business unit and right the business unit. And you see left, there's a strength which the other unit doesn't have. So we measure that maybe one unit is much better than the other unit in strategic intelligence management, in the capability of it. Now we can transfer that skill to another area of the company and improve the capability across the whole organization. We also identify in the assessment the weak spots, joint weakness, which means areas where when we judge against the structured innovation assessment, where all units are weak, and then we invest strategically into that area. So we make a structured, how to say, strategy of how to make it. Where does this apply? Rheinmetall, yeah? This applies to Volkswagen. This applies to Volvo. This is how the norm is used when we go to this kind of leadership industry. This also applies in IT industry. You will see later in the afternoon also a talk from our American partner, from Julian Highland, how they use it in leading American industry. And this is the understanding of how we use it in the multi-corporate industry. Now, next stop is, why do we need that? Yeah, it's not against one country that's mentioned here, but we see exactly by the movement what we have now, that this is the strength, what a continent like China has. It's structured from the top. It strategically invests in this innovation. And we use in the United States, in Japan, in Europe, that norm to structure our innovation now on the blueprint level so that we can also strategically bundle the forces on the right places. And this is how we use that norm. Yeah. Next thing, another business case. This is a leading innovation company. What happened? Let's say you work with a company like Apple or a company like some AI company, which produces generative AI. And you are trying to be a supplier for them. The funny part is that those companies write in their requirements documents now that you should compare yourself with that norm. Yeah, this is written in the requirements document. You must have a benchmark to the 56,000, but it's not an assessment. They don't give a certificate. It's not expected that TÜV gives you a certificate. It's expected that you make a general benchmark of your innovation capability against the norm. That started to be the case. We have also some companies that are confronted with that already. Yeah, usually when you're in the lead research industry, and then we can use the assessment approach as well, because we can use the assessment tool, enter our own structure against the norm and give a benchmarking answer to this kind of movement on the industry. Next case, and then we will come to some results. That was it, yeah. Small organization, because you might have the idea, it might not work for small companies. No, it's also meant that it's working for every size of an organization. Here's the example, small company. We see that in the business startups. When you have a business startup and you have to make a business canvas, that's normal, yeah? we have the first cases where they ask those small companies that start up to have a business canvas that looks about their innovation capability. You know, when you create a business canvas, you have to do anyhow a competitor analysis. What is new, what you offer, so that you get the credit that you can invest in your business. The questions you have in that norm are really valid also, that you should ask yourself, am I connected? Am I having the right ideas created? Do I have enough partners? All those questions are in the norm, and therefore this benchmarking here, also for a small company, doing innovation makes sense. And having said that, is that we transferred the norm to a process understanding. And what Laura represent is that we translated the norm parts to a process landscape, which we use for this benchmarking assessment. Yeah, okay.
Thank you for the info. Can you give me the, thank you. Oh, I see. So here you can see the different processes that we used for the process assessment model. You can see ISO 56000, 56001, 7, and so on. There's still some that are in draft version, so we are working on that, but they will slightly update, but the structure of the whole ISO norm and parts will stay the same. So we can work with the process assessment model as we have it right now. So here you see the different processes that we worked out in the process assessment model. For companies, you can actually choose one or two or maybe more of them for the process assessment. So for example, IMS1 is planning, or Team 1 preparing for idea management, Team 2 people and organization, maybe also interesting the strategic intelligence management and the IPR, so how to protect your ideas. Yeah, and I'm just going to go briefly through some examples here, some descriptions also to the different processes. So IPM1, for example, here, intellectual property management, actually from the ISO 56005 norm. It's about the IPM framework, how to establish an organizational framework for IP management, the IP strategy, how to develop and implement IP strategy management, and IPM3, how to then actually deploy it, how to manage it and actually do it in the company. So another example would be SIM, strategic intelligence management, which is a little more complicated because it touches a lot of parts of the organization. SIM1, for example, here is strategic intelligence management setup. It's to establish and define the key items of the strategic intelligence management. Then the strategic intelligence cycle, which is maybe as a whole, which describes in detail all the steps that need to be taken to control and manage the strategic intelligence cycle. And SIM3, intelligence communication, to determine the necessary steps for the effectiveness of the strategic intelligence. Okay, this is just in detail, yeah. And one more example, it's tools and methods for idea management from the ISO 56007 norm. And actually there's more, but this is just examples. Preparing for idea management, Team 1, so to prepare and support the holistic idea management, also to make kind of no-go and go decisions for the ideas, if you want to actually implement them or not. Then Team 2, people and organization. Of course, you have to give people different roles for doing that, otherwise nothing will happen. And idea management process and activities, where you assure the definition and deployment and the effectiveness also. So you have maybe some numbers and you can KPIs which you can track. So here, here you see the tool which we use for the assessments for the companies. Now just a screenshot, of course. On the top, you see the best practices. So for each of the processes, you have kind of questions you ask the organization, which are called best practices. And to these, you give comments. So you interview the partner, the project or the organization, and you give strengths, weaknesses, and comments to that. And then you start, based on the norm, start to rate that, and you get a kind of profile again. And this is all from the rating and so on. It's from the ISO 33020 norm. It's a different norm for assessments. And then you see here the rating scale, not partially, largely, and fully. So each of those processes then gets rated like this. And you can see, I mean, fully, maybe the only very important thing is that maybe you can have a small weakness here as well, because it's not 100%, but also 85%. But yeah, this is the rating scale, which you give each of the base practices, and then each process also gets rated like this. So here you can see the capability levels. So each of the processes also has levels of how to, you start actually at level 0 and 1, normally at level 1 because you have something. So just going to go briefly through them. Level 1 is performed, level 2 is managed, 3 is established, 4 is predictable, and 5 is innovating. But this actually means that with each of these stages, with each of these capability levels, you get better and better, you get more effective and efficient. And when you start the assessment, you usually start with level 1. So you usually have something, it's kind of performed, and that's why you start at level 1. And if you proceed and you have largely or fully, you can actually proceed to level 2 and start rating. And usually you don't get very high. So you usually get until level 3, maybe. Level 4 and 5 are very, very good. And here you can see also the process attributes of each of these levels, which are, for example, here in level 1, process performance. And each of these process attributes has base practices, which then lead to the questions in the assessment. Okay. So here, yes, generic practices and base practices, but maybe this goes too much into depth today. Yeah, I think. So I think this here is, this here is not that important, so I can skip it. But I can't, no. So, okay, then you calculate and you get some feedback from the tool. Here you can see some of the processes have reached actually level 2. Some have only reached level 1, and some have reached level 0 still, so not even level 1. And you can see this as a summary in the tool. At the end, you get a report, which you can, where you have all of the comments and the consolidated results. And then you can make an improvement plan for your organization. So you can see which things that you can make, you can improve. So, okay, I think then we will carry on with the questions, if somebody has some. To Richard and me. Yes.
I'll have a question. While those who are thinking about other questions are still writing in Menti them. I would like to ask, what's your idea about main challenges for a new company that want to go through this innovation management process? And what would be, to your mind, the biggest obstacles for them? Because of course, each company has already something implemented. Everybody is working. Nowadays, it's very modern to say we are the most innovative company in the field. That's quite common around. We have so much innovations, but does that mean that they have management on that? The challenges.
So I have to say that I'm there a long time in assessments. I did my first assessments 1990, yeah, with Bosch company in this time, and the experience is that usually people believe they are good. Yeah, we also believed in leading German industry, we are good, but then we identified when we started with the assessments that we have a lot of weaknesses at that time. Yeah, and I think it is here the same thing. There's a difference between what you perceive about yourself and what the others perceive about you. And this was the added value from the assessment, that someone else looks at you. Okay, and therefore I expected when we started, there's a lot of weaknesses. And here two answers. We started with those assessments now. And then the point was, when it was a small or middle-sized company, it did not want to go for a full-blown assessment. Yeah, because there's too many processes. And so they select areas in which they want to get validation. Either they are strong and they believe they are strong, they want to have a confirmation, so they make a subset. Yeah. So we have one that wants to be evaluated on idea management, another one that wanted to be evaluated just on SIM, strategic intelligence management, but that's more for the small industry. And the big industry, that usually goes for the whole profile. And now, where is the difference? The issue is when it's small industry, they usually try to avoid SIM, right? Because strategic intelligence management requires that you are very modern. Yeah, so it means that you automatically collect data around yourself about potential partners, your impact on the market, your Google Analytics, whatever you have, and analyze and use those data. Yeah, here usually the big companies are very good, but the small companies don't do it. Yeah, the other way around is, when you're in a big company, that's the feedback from our first workshops is, in the assessment is, they have each of that. That's my answer to that. So if we would say, does a big company have IPR? They have a whole department of lawyers for IPR, right? So when you ask, do they have idea management? They have a whole department that's called Innovation Management Department that does nothing else than idea management. But now it comes. You were there in the discussion. When you ask how they cooperate with the other department, what do you think was the answer? No, they have silos, right? And this is exactly the main weakness. We have a silo saying, I am IPR, I know everything. Why do I need to join the other teams? When they have something, they can come to me, right? Then we have an idea management database where the guys have enough ideas, but no one wants to finance it, yeah? And things like that. So the point is, when it's a big company, they have everything in their specialized silo, but it's not connected. And when it's a small company, they fear exactly that they open a company to the open innovation. So this is exactly the two are not the same, but that's the main weakness what we find in the first assessments. Yeah. But that's interesting because that might be European specific. Yeah. As I say, it's cultural specific. When you have a country where from a kind of ruler, everything is defined, yeah, and you don't connect, then you get minus points in a mobile, you will connect. Yeah. But we are in Europe, in a free world, we have to train the people how to connect to the other silo. Yeah. But we are quicker in getting maybe some uncontrolled ideas. Yeah. So we have to use our own strengths, but find out our own weaknesses at the same time.
Yes.
Your answer?
I agree with you.
Yeah. So it's not so easy. We are just at the starting point of getting more information about where we should start and invest. Yeah. But I think we will. Yeah.
Yes.
There's one more question from audience, and question is, what do you think when it would be possible to get the first results, to see the results of the innovation management system? Because of course you are establishing some system and sometimes you have to wait. What's your feeling and interpretation of that?
Well, when we made the survey in TIMS, yeah, and in the community I am working with, I have to explain that I'm also a moderator of a German task force, German, Austrian, meanwhile German, Austrian, Switzerland, and Czech task force, yeah, of industry. And what was the question? Sorry, I'm getting older, I think. First results, yeah, to get all of them, the leading industry, they answered in our questionnaire, they have already innovation management. But that's not the answer to your question, right? The answer is how long does it take to take an innovation? And this is a different question he asked, yeah. And the issue is this: when we look at the cycle, when we release a new product on the market, right? So I can talk, for instance, for a car first, yeah. In a car, when we produce a new car model and we are in series development, it takes us 2 to 3 years to place the new model on the market. Now, do you think car models will work in series development when we have not tested everything out, because we have to rely on the product, right? So we have pre-development. So when we have then pre-development counted, suddenly we are in a number of years of pre-development, because we can only use, someone made in car industry the joke, we only can rely on mature bananas, right? So you would not eat a green banana, yeah? Which means that when you drive a car, you would like to have a car that does not burn with you with a battery, right? You might want to have a car where when you park it in your house, it does not burn your house. Okay, so it means that we cannot use green bananas. So therefore, the research counted means 6 to 7 years before we even come with a new technology in a car model into the field. But this is a question mark we have now at the moment. The reason is this: we see that our competitors on the market, yeah, not saying who, is placing car models on the market which don't use these mature products always, but are quicker on the market and take higher risk. We are honestly asking ourselves in Europe, are we thinking about too much safety? Maybe we should also take the risk and place something as an immature banana on the road, yeah? But we don't. Yeah, so our big challenge in Europe will be that you expect a mature banana where people don't die, because we have a different understanding of security of people, because we believe in the rights of humans. Yeah, and therefore we have to invest into it. And therefore our big challenge will be that we still stay with a long kind of cycle, but we have to be quicker in probably releasing the material to the market. But it takes about 7 years. Now, satellite. How long do you think it takes to place a new satellite on the orbit, taking all the new developments currently on the European Space Agency? What do you think? 12 years, okay? The point is, it takes, even when we take the European Space Agency specification schema, 2 to 3 years to just specify it, so that we have all the physics right. And the point is, when we place a new innovation there, and you want to strategically replace your satellites, and you want to trust them, it takes about minimum now, again, 10 years about. So when we want to decide innovation and we want to rely the system, and you want to make a decision how to change the continent, it's actually politics that they have to think about 10 years in advance. When we go to the lead industry, when we go to the small industry, yeah, I am actually from an institute, 1986, I wrote my first program, or 1987. That was my computer program on Xenix at this time. And it was the shell command on Linux that remembers the last 20 commands. My program, by the way, okay? And at that time, computers were secret. The internet was released 1990 to the market. So you can imagine which institute I, at least in Austria, was working. And yeah, we have another set of technologies. We have also real-time Ethernet now, which is, for instance, used by Kongsberg Defense, but hasn't been moved to cars, right? So we have in defense also still new technology, which like 1990, we could move to the private market, but we don't at the moment because of not sharing the knowledge, because of threat. We could share it with some different not wanted partner. And so, yeah, the innovation is really dependent of how we move, what we move, and we have to make decisions in time to move the total. And this is why we need the structured innovation also. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I see that there are no more questions at this moment. To sum up, Austrian partners were those who are the most responsible and put the biggest effort in this self-assessment tool. Of course, as usually, ISO standards are like black and white, either you get certificate or not. But this is the interesting thing for this project, that we are providing this possibility to assess the levels, because of course you all know that sometimes some company gets certificate barely reaching the minimum. But when you want contacts, when you want to cooperate, and innovation management is the question about good cooperation, then maybe you are looking for a partner that's little above the basics. And that's why these levels are introduced. And that's also about my question, that we are the most innovative company in the field. So prove, pass the test in this assessment. So thanks once more. Those who are present here, you can go and ask questions also later to them. I know that this is quite a flexible conference. We will have more participants that will join a little bit later here. I'm sure that the same situation is online, that people are coming and going, but now I would like to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker, Dveiselniece Ilze. She's Latvian, but at the moment, most of the time, as far as I know, spends in Czech Republic. So at this moment, she will also join remotely. And her expertise is in business and trademark law. And this is about one of the contents, the intellectual property rights. And so let's see what she will tell you about intellectual property issues regarding.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I see myself already on your screen, and it is very pleasant to be invited here to this quite working meeting. And from my experience, I would like to share with you presentation about how to protect innovative ideas, in general, all ideas, business ideas, and all valuable ideas. I will switch on my screen sharing, and I hope I have this permission. Yeah, there it is. And I hope you can see well. And let's start. So basically, intellectual property is the way how you can protect ideas. But there is a thing that there is no one way how to protect ideas. And I imagine that you all know that idea is just an idea. And even if you don't realize your idea, if you don't act on it, the value of this idea is zero. But nowadays, we have been used to strict, exact intellectual property regulations. But nowadays, lately, are new players coming in the field. And this is artificial intelligence, which is not basically intellectual, but is like intelligence. So there is new player. And that is a bit disrupting current situation with intellectual property. But still, since IE is there taking the victory, intellectual property rights nobody has cancelled. And therefore, it is very important for business owners, entrepreneurs, inventors, and or any kind of let's say management level person in company to know main principles about the ways how to protect their ideas the best. Basically, if we go to details and see what is behind the idea, but that can be protected as intellectual property, then we see that behind the idea is formal intellectual property, which I will tell you today about a bit more, which is trademarks, designs, patents, copyrights, and domain names, which is basically not property, but kind of important, let's say, business asset and domain and kind of, let's say, important part of brand, which is, of course, also intangible. And of course, what you spoke already today a lot, it's about knowledge, about ideas that come in the beginning, know-how, processes, contracts, trade secrets, let's say cooperation partners information, all financial data, and all even things that doesn't work. All those can be protected as intellectual property, and they first thing how to protect everything is trade secrets. I will tell about this a bit more soon. But it is important to consider that nowadays, according to World Intellectual Property Organization data, intangible assets make something around 70% of, let's say, world economy. And that is kind of new. Yeah, if you look 50 or 100 years back, tangible assets were much more important in companies. And I'm showing you now Standard & Poor's 500 indicators that you can see that basically only 10% of business value is tangible. Everything else is intangible nowadays. And of course, those are biggest companies. But since this conference is about technologies and innovations and ISOs, then I think that this is exactly your way too. And maybe you can calculate in your mind what is the most important and what is the most valuable part in your business. And I think that you will be close to those technology giants that have, let's say, 90% of assets intangible. And interestingly, EUIPO, European Union Intellectual Property Office, a few years ago conducted a scoreboard research among small and medium enterprises. And small and medium enterprises are those which are below 50,000 of turnover, 50 million, I'm sorry, 50 million of turnover. So it is kind of the biggest amount of European companies, which and European economy is very much based on SMEs. And interestingly, only 10% of SMEs have registered their intellectual property rights, which means that every company has brand, every company has trademarks. Even if they are not registered, they are being in use. And that means that 90% of companies, small and medium businesses, have not protected their brands and haven't thought well about protecting their ideas properly. And it is not only about small and medium businesses. Recently, I had a client telling that his previous company lost 20 million euros in marketing campaigns just because they didn't do trademark search before entering new market. And that was not any big market or exotic market. It was here close in Poland. So they were doing campaign, filming videos, doing TV campaigns, ads and everything. And they didn't check that there is company who owns a very similar name in Poland. So they had to do rebranding and they lost 20 million. And of course, SMEs cannot have 20 million in marketing campaigns in one market. So we can see that those mistakes are not only for small companies. And with this, I wanted to say that I will maybe more focus with this example on brands and brand protection, but with every intellectual property, this is very similar situation because it should be conducted proper research first if we are not infringing others' rights. And it should be known by every employee, every person who implements new technologies, new ideas, new even designs. At first, there should be conducted search if we are not infringing others' rights. And why should you listen to me? So I am a brand protection strategist and World Intellectual Property Organization certified intellectual property manager. Also, I'm Latvian trademark attorney and European Union official representative for trademarks and designs. Also, I am business strategic manager and intellectual property appraiser. So I am always trying to see numbers behind every, let's say, intellectual property interaction and every plan for the future. Also, I'm a big fan of writing and speaking about the intellectual property, but my main focus is brand and product naming, because I have noticed that many companies do not pay enough attention to brand names and product names in the beginning. They are more focused on technologies, on inventions, and how to build a portfolio of other intellectual property assets, but less focused on name. But nowadays, when attention span of consumers is much smaller and competition is much bigger, the name, according to my feeling, is one of the most important assets. And this is according to name, people are looking for companies, and according to name and according to emotions that name evolves in their, let's say, a perception and brain, they are picking and making decisions of buying things or implementing new technologies. Therefore, it's very important, according to my experience, to choose the best appropriate name that resonates with visionary, with business vision, with clients, and with product. And therefore, this later I will show you one material as a gift to you all. And let's start with dissecting what, where, and how to protect. But with my more than, let's say, 15-year experience in intellectual property and business field, I would say that there are 4 big myths about intellectual property. And those are mistakes even bigger companies make. There is no option to chat, but maybe in a question part, you can ask me, or maybe you can share your experience. But those are 4 most noticed. For example, very many companies are indicating in their emails that the information I have sent to you is trade secret or confidential, and it is forbidden to share it further. If you have accidentally received this mail, please burn it or something like that, right? Everybody had seen this small letters under the email. But I would like to tell that just those letters without pre-agreed protection of confidential information or protection of trade secrets is not binding. So basically, it is kind of, in case you see, it's better not to tell. It's like when you are a child and you say, do you want to know a secret? I will tell you a secret. And then you afterwards say, but you are not supposed to tell this to anybody. And this is kind of cute and fun, but in business life, it is very important, because consent of keeping others person's trade secret or confidential information, it is something like a duty we undertake. Therefore, this confidentiality, small lines are good, but they are not working as obligation. Second thing, what I've noticed, since most of companies are using, I would say bigger companies definitely, AI-generated content, artificial intelligence generated solutions. And sometimes when we are new to platform, there is written something that all content created by this platform belongs to this platform until you purchased it. And then you have a copyright. And this is another thing. Copyright is very specific intellectual property right that can be owned only by author. An author can be only natural person. Basically, it can be only person, like person. It cannot be even group. It can be more people, but they should be physical. And therefore, AI-generated content cannot be copyrighted. Another thing, it should be creative content. And artificial intelligence is not creative. It is just generating randomly. Even though you give prompt and you write very specific requirements, it is still constructed in a way that it is making billions or millions of calculations that I don't know, probably somebody else would tell more how many combinations they are generating to get the result, but it is not creative. Only human is creative. And third myth is that putting TM next to your brand name indicates trademark rights. And that I've noticed very often for even from bigger companies, that they are let's say, printing even product packages, and next to the company name is written TM, or next to brand is written TM. TM means trademark, but it is not registered trademark. It just means that you have intention to use it as a trademark. Or maybe you have applied for this as a trademark in some other country. But when you see such letters for somebody else's brand name, most probably he doesn't have trademark protected properly. And second thing, when you have invented new product, new brand name, or new, I don't know, service name, you can always use TM to show others that this is probably something that you are going to trademark or use as trademark in future. But that is not like protected trademark. And number 4 myth is, which is why I hear very, very often, even from stage, from business people, that protecting intellectual property rights is expensive. And yes, maybe there is some part of intellectual property rights that is expensive to register, that is patents. I mean, those are the most expensive. But there are many intellectual property rights that even should not be paid for to register and to protect them. You just have to do certain important steps to so you can later prove your rights. And now I will dissect intellectual property, so you can see what exactly goes where and how to protect it. So yeah, as I mentioned, artificial intelligence is gaining momentum, but no one has cancelled intellectual property rights. Still, since artificial intelligence is here and we use it, we should know how not to infringe the rights of others. And for example, in this picture, which I have placed here, where we see Seth Godin holding something like shape of Coca-Cola, there are many intellectual property rights infringements and also personal rights infringements. Therefore, when you are using other people personalities, other people intellectual property rights, it is your responsibility to check if you are not infringing rights of others. Like I told you in the story about this company who lost 20 millions in Poland market on marketing expenses just because they didn't check if the name they were using in their brand was not protected there. This is big risk, even when you ask AI to generate content. And we can see that there is this first Artificial Intelligence Act in the European Union. And regarding the generative artificial intelligence, I have let's say, outlined 3 requirements which are intellectual property related. You can go to this act according to this QR code following, but let's say that there are 3 requirements. First is disclosing that content was generated by artificial intelligence. When you are designing models, you should prevent from generating illegal content. And third is publishing summaries of copyright data used for training. Those are 3 requirements that are there. First thing which is applied, I would say that would apply to every company, is disclosing that content was generated by artificial intelligence. And now let's move to the intellectual property rights. I will talk about 6 main rights. And one of the first rights which I want to point out is trade secret. Because trade secret is confidential, commercially significant information that is protected by policies and non-disclosure agreements. So trade secret is not the same thing as confidential information, because trade secret, it is that is already protected, and it requires certain steps to make it protected. But this important thing to understand is that the trade secret is intellectual property, which means property, and consequences for infringing trade secret, stealing trade secret, or selling other person's trade secret is similar to infringing property. Therefore, it is important to follow rules which is necessary to protect trade secret when you have new ideas, new product ideas, new business ideas, new technology ideas, new solution ideas. It is the best before you decide how to protect them. It's best to start with protection as trade secret. Next step is something that and trade secret, what I like about trade secret, you can protect it for free. Just you have to do certain steps. And what I wanted to say that recently I was in Trade Secret Conference Europe, and most of intellectual property lawyers were pointing out that approximately or even more than 60% of trade secrets are infringed by companies, employees, cooperation partners, ex-employees. So it's very important to create system within the company how to protect trade secrets. And the second one, which is also free to protect, is copyright. Because copyright, you don't have to register in Europe. You don't need to register copyright. It you have copyright when you have created the work. Yeah, it arises with the creation. But it's important that again, you cannot protect idea. You can protect only exact expression. Therefore, copyrights for how to say purposes of making products and to protect the product appearance would not be enough, because copyrights are not forbidding to be inspired by it. You cannot copy it exactly. Yeah, it's copyright, but you cannot be forbidden from getting inspiration. Therefore, other registered intellectual property rights are much better for purposes to protect your rights, because they don't allow others to get inspiration much. Yeah. And here it's important that you need always to have a permission of the author. So if you are using in ChatGPT somebody else's copyright, be very careful about this. And remember, permission of author is necessary if you want to use certain significant parts of the work. And of course, as I mentioned, the author is a natural person whose creative activity resulted in creation of specific work. And that is definition from Latvian copyright law, but all European copyright laws are quite synchronized. And this definition is pretty much in all world very similar. And I have put there a picture of Banksy. And Banksy is, as you many know, famous street artist. And he is hiding his personality. And therefore, that is great example to show that if there is no person and personality, there is no copyright. Therefore, so many people are trying to infringe his rights, make postcards and things using his his art, because it cannot be copyrighted. And he invented another step how to protect his let's say art creations and pictures. He is registering most important pictures as trademarks. So as you see that there are overlaps in intellectual property protection, and you can always find the best way what suits you, your concept, and the best way how to protect your idea. And another example is this quite world famous example of a comic book which was designed by artificial intelligence. And even though the designer were trying to prove that he put his work, as you can see, before Photoshop and after, he did like some work, copyright registration was refused because experts said that there is not creative work. Yeah, even though there was person who was putting work after I did the work, the person did another improvements, but those were not creative enough. So first thing, person, second, creative. So I am telling you about copyrights, but the similar situation is with technologies and patents and designs. it is very important to see where is authorship and who was the creator of this result, and if there is this creative work added to this. So therefore, every situation is very, very specific, but it's important to know to understand the main principle. When you are using AI in your work as partner, as assistant, or as creative part, you should always understand where will be your intellectual property rights and will you have them at all. And third thing is designs. On designs is the best way how to protect the appearance of the whatever product you have. It can be 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, but the main thing it is that it is just the appearance, like form and texture, but it is not anyhow technical characteristics. But if you are having something for wholesale purposes, for retail purposes, for bigger amounts to produce, then designs is the best way how to protect your creations. And in European Union, you can register design starting from 350 euros. And it is the best way how to protect visual appearance of product, which you want to go in a market and be unique. And it's also important that designer and is also natural person who has created this work with some creative things, you know. And if there are some people other involved which are doing technical things, or basically if you draw design, you are designer. If you ask somebody to make it according to your design and he does only technical things, then he is not part of this creation and he is not co-designer. So this is important to understand. And another big deal is patents. But with patents, it's important to understand that if you want to patent something, first thing, you should keep it a trade secret until you have filed patent. And second thing, when you are obtaining patent, it's important to understand that you will get the patent, which means that you will have to disclose how it is working. Yeah, you will have to disclose technical information. And therefore, if you have created something that is not visible and can be kept a straight secret, then sometimes it's better to protect it a straight secret, not as patent, because previous speakers already were mentioning that we don't know from which countries of what people, non-cooperation partners, are looking at our patents or at our presentations, inventions, and disclosed information. Therefore, it is important to understand, if you want to patent something, first keep it a straight secret. If you have decided the patent is the best and you cannot keep it as a secret when it goes to the shop, for example, yeah, and then it's very important to understand that everybody will see it as soon as you publish your patent. Domain names, another thing that is very cheap to protect. So from all those previous I told you about, only patents are kind of expensive. Everything else is very, very inexpensive to protect and very expensive not to protect. So domain names. Domain name is technically not a property because you are leasing it, but still you have rights for it, and it is very important brand element. So whenever you have new product idea, new brand idea, first thing is to buy a domain name, because it is very useful when you buy it first, so nobody else can take it before. And second thing, if you are considering trademark registration, definitely buy domain name before, because there are so many cyber squatters online that are looking forward to new trademark applications, and as soon as possible they see the application published, they check if there are no domain names available that could be bought and then sold to the trademark applicant. So therefore, domain name, very cheap, very useful. Everybody uses every day. So first thing, buy your domain name. And last but not least, intellectual property rights I want to tell you about are trademarks. Trademarks are basically indicating to world, to consumers, the origin of goods and services, like who made it. Like Apple computer is made by Apple company, you know, like I don't know, some things can be bought by Amazon. So Amazon is like owner of this brand, brands, so we can understand where it comes from. Either it's good or either it's service, but the trademark can show where it comes from. Yeah, therefore, trademark should not describe the product itself. It should give the feeling about the owner or creator of this product. So trademarks are territorial. It's very important. Also, patents and designs are territorial. This is one of key things you should always understand. And when you are creating new brand, new product, or new something, you should always have strategy about territory you will want to protect your intellectual property in future, because it's important to understand that in the beginning. Second principle is protection applies only to specific products, goods, and services. Also, for design, it is specific product you have designed for, you know, and also for patents, there is specific things that you are specific steps that are patented. Not everything, not everywhere, not at the same time. And third important thing is in conflicts, any conflicts, it is always important to understand whose rights was the first principle of priority. Therefore, if we go to the first principle, it is very important as soon as possible to know what will be your scope of territory, so you can invent how to get your rights be protected, how to get a priority date, you know. So nobody else can do it before you. Nobody else can get inspired, because as soon as you put something out, as we already talked today, other people are getting inspired. So if there is something you don't want others to get inspired from, or the least inspired, then you should invent your protection strategy before it is out there and visible. And of course, there are types of trademarks that are words with logos, and only pictures. So there are many kinds how you can protect your identity, and it is inexpensive. For example, European Union trademark registration official fee in one class is only 850 euros. So, and it is protection for 10 years. And what I've noticed that most of companies do this one mistake, that they protect their main brand name, but they don't protect all important product names. Yeah, it is important not to just protect your brand name, because it's important to protect everything that is important. And therefore, sometimes it's important just name, sometimes important symbol, like you can see in second picture. Also, rocket is important. And sometimes just picture is so important that you want nobody else to get inspired and use this picture related to goods which you have protection for. And here I have gathered 4 most common problems for brand safety and value. Because brands are things how we pick products, so it is very important. And first big mistake is that name is not unique. Like I told you in this example, our company invested in marketing 20 million euros, and they had to rebrand in certain markets because name was not unique. So first thing, before decide on name, it should be checked and with proper trademark search. Second problem is name hasn't been registered in good time. So basically, you created, you have started to use it, but you didn't register it timely, and somebody else did it before. Also very commonly happens. Third thing, the name is not appropriate. No, company grows, ideas grow, products grow, and at certain phase, owner says, you know, this name is not resonating to this quality of products or the scope of product or my, let's say, inner feeling or client's expectations. And then there is a time to rebrand and to do it as soon as possible. It is like when you have your business as moving train, the faster you go, the harder it is to change direction. So the sooner you understand that it is not the name that will bring prosperous future and huge income, then do this rebranding soon as possible. And fourth problem is that name is not inherently protectable. For example, it is describing product. It has some certain symbols inside that cannot be protected. And that is also quite a common mistake when choosing product names, because very often marketing people want to include description of the product, how great it is in the name. And if you make name descriptive, it cannot be protected. So you never know when somebody else will use similar or exactly the same name to describe his product. So those are 4 most common problems for brand safety and value. Actually, there are many ways how to spoil your business future by not paying enough attention to intellectual property protection. Recently, I had one startup company who came to me, and they had a wonderful brand name. They had won several competitions with the uniqueness of this name. I will not tell the name because they are still not ready to talk about this painful situation they had. But they made agreements with other international companies. One of them was huge state university in other country. And that was Belarus country. And later, when they discovered that this cooperation is not doing so well as they expected in the beginning, and which is not quite normal in business here and there, we consider that this beginning is not so well as we expected in and planned or dreamed before. And they had a situation when they stopped their cooperation, they realized that this cooperation partner has registered their name as international trademark based on their local country trademark in all world. And basically, they had 2 options. One option, either to go into time-consuming, expensive conflict solution strategies, or the second thing was rebranding. And even though they really created this name, they had enough proof to prove that they are behind this name. They decided to do rebranding because it was faster and cheaper. And of course, in business, it is very important. It is painful to our feelings when we are losing ideas or intellectual property that we have created. But business is business, and their expenses and speed is very important. So they had to do rebranding for their technology brand. And therefore, it's very important in the field of intellectual property and brand protection to always have control on your intellectual property assets. Like, control is the first word you should know about your intellectual property. When you have idea and you know that it will be commercialized and it is good business idea, think how you will control. How you will control your employees, not to using it wrong way. How you control your cooperation partners, distributors, anyone. So they are not stealing your idea or copying your idea or misusing your idea. And therefore, as I went quickly through the presentation about all main intellectual property ways how to protect your great ideas, and as you saw, every intellectual property kind has different ways how to protect it, and it protects different things. But there are 3 important principles that everybody who is remotely involved in business, in idea generation, or investments should know about intellectual property. So first thing is that ownership. Who is owner of this property? You are not supposed to use other person's intellectual property without consent. If you have somebody who created something for you, did he assign it to you? Do you have a license to use it? When you have a ownership of intellectual property, how will you license it to others? Or maybe you will forbid others to use it at all. Like, ownership, first thing is who owns it and who will own it later, and on what, let's say, on what terms. Second thing is an important principle about all intellectual properties that are registered. or licensed is territory. So it's important to understand the scope and territory in the beginning, because I have consulted in the last few years more than hundreds of entrepreneurs regarding brand and intellectual property strategy. And I would say more than half of them haven't decided what is their future territory, how far they want to go when they come to this intellectual property consultation. And I say, what is your perspective in 5-10 years? They say, no, we'll see, you know. And it is very important to understand that in beginning, because as we go from this to the third principle, that is time, we see that the sooner you kind of put the leg in the door, you know, about your intellectual property rights or brand protection, trademarks, designs, the sooner you do it, the correct territory you choose, only then you can really gain from your intellectual property. And you can prevent others from copying it if you protect it properly in a territory that is important to you in proper time frame. There are many companies that protect their even brands and trademarks before products go to the production line. So even the employees of the company doesn't know what will be the new product or brand name until it is applied as trademark registration. So therefore, it's important to follow time. And time is important also regarding priority date, as I mentioned. Time, it's important to monitor regarding expiry. And time, it's important also when you are facing infringements. You should act as soon as possible and do not waste your time. And since in the beginning, I was mentioning that EUIPO has made a research and discovered that basically 90% of European Union small and medium businesses haven't protected their intellectual property correctly. There is new offer from EUIPO SME Fund that you can get vouchers to protect your intellectual property. One of which I have posted here. It is 1,000 euros. All European Union companies and Ukraine companies can get 1,000 euros. But that would be like up to 75% compensation for official fees for trademark or community design registration. And if you are interested in this a bit closer, you can also write me after this presentation and I will send you more information about that. Because there is also option for Latvian and some other companies to get a 90% discount on intellectual property audit and search. So basically that whole thing which I was telling you before, how to protect your ideas. So EUIPO in this program has created system where companies can get back 90% of expenses spent for intellectual property kind of overall strategy. The answer how to best protect their valuable ideas. In case you are interested in this, I will be happy to assist you and send you some links or information about the SME Fund. I am one of those authorized representatives, and I will gladly help you with this. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I am very passionate about creating brand and product names. Therefore, I invite you to download my digital magazine, 7 Steps to Perfect Trademark. And it is how to create strong, impressive, unique, and properly protected brand and product names. You can download this magazine following this code. You don't even have to enter your email. So it is completely free as gift. I don't even gather currently any email addresses. So I will not get your email. But in case you want to connect with me, you can connect here, Intellectual Agency. And if you want to find out more about how to protect your brand, I will be here to help. I would like to finish today with my favorite quote of Albert Einstein. Intellectuals solve problems, but geniuses prevent them. I wish you all be geniuses and prevent all the possible problems that may or can appear in your businesses and innovations and technologies. And thank you very much for inviting me today And if you have any questions and there is no more time to respond to them, then you can write me to my email.
Thank you. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Copyrights are really important for innovations because it's going hand to hand, and that's why this set of innovation management standards is also containing these intellectual property rights. You had interesting facts about how the new things are prepared and about authors. I remember the story that there is musicians, the band King Crimson, famous musicians joining together, and there were one case where, as you know, musicians playing new melodies, they composed new song, then they went to their drummer and said, you see, we have melody, please decide or add a drum part. He was listening to that, what others have prepared, and said, no, there won't be drum part. This song should be without drums. And he was included into authors mentioned who composed this song just because he decided there should be no drums. As other times, maybe in this case, musicians should be even taken away from the copyrights for that song. But in this case, it was group decision, no drums there. So that's also maybe interesting thing how it sometimes works. But now about the questions, yes, please use this QR code so you can write your questions to Menti. And I have one question. You mentioned that, of course, there are lots of problems with the copyrights, as there are 90% not copyrighted and not protected. But maybe you can name the cases when companies maybe are spending money, but in the wrong decisions, wrong way, that are not working actually, but they are spending money. The most popular case when it's spent wrongly.
The most popular case? No, I don't have like one of most popular cases which I mentioned today is investing 20 million in marketing, but not protecting a trademark that costs less than 1,000 euros, you know, and that is a huge case to mention. But basically any investment in advertising, building business, selling products, production, without checking if you are not infringing others' intellectual property rights, and without securing yours, basically is huge risk. And for me, as intellectual property appraiser, I can say that when we evaluate intellectual property assets, one of things also according to ISO, we go through it is like risks, you know. And when you don't have protected your intellectual property rights, your risk is so huge that value just goes down. And there is basically zero value for something that is very unsafe. And therefore, it's super important to not infringe others' rights and to protect yours.
I see the note that there is on the audience questions, so bring a microphone to Olu. Oh, that is also an audience, yes.
If you look to the copyrights legislation we have at this moment, till what point is, you say it is natural, only a natural person can have copyrights? If I give the right questions to the AI and I compose actually a document, it could be a business document, it doesn't matter. Till what point is this my personal copyright? As we, okay, now we look in time, on this moment,
Yeah.
AI is still there, but you see the involvement or the progressing quality of AI, that in 2 or 3 years' time, everyone will use AI.
Mm.
When do we have the copyright that is personally?
Mm-hmm. So I would say from legal point of view, until laws are changed, your copyright will be only to input. Everything that comes out, there is no more copyright, because it is just mathematical, machine learned non-creative solution created by not human. So basically, until we change law, then only your input is your copyright and output is not. Unless you improve it with creativity. You take output and put there a lot of creativity. Then in the end, it is yours. But it is very, your question is very good from the point of view, because it is really very hard to tell who created it. And nowadays you just add certain prompts for artificial intelligence prompt. You just add certain words or commands and it is already generating content that nobody can tell that it is not human created. Of course, there will be always this question, but the important thing is just to remember that until laws are changed, then it should be creative work of human.
Okay, Richard here. I have this, as I mentioned, the working group of this big tier one, and we have this problem, yeah, discussed. And there is, for instance, those companies, and one company that was discussing that with other companies was Valeo, which is the largest French supplier of automotive, in our community represented. Eurospy and Socrates, the community is called. And we have exactly the same problem. But what is offered is to protect the rights is that they can claim for the generative AI a special cloud. Yeah. So it was what they did is they legally protected the company by defining with Google a contract. Yeah. That only the specific servers and specific cloud area is used for the company, and any material outside Valeo cannot be used, or any material from Valeo contribute can be used for generative AI of programming inside Valeo, same as companies like Bosch. Yeah? But if we would see anything outside that space, then it would be against the contract they have done with that kind of generative AI platform. Yeah? This is how the big industry is protecting themselves, because your law will take, I think, about a few years now, and we might lose the market if we don't have a counter action. And the counter action is that when you're a big enough industry, you make this contract with those IT platforms, and they give you special rights that what you enter should not be even used to machine learning for the public, but only for machine learning in the organization. This is what we have. But,
yes, yes, you're right. But this is already another kind of intellectual property that is very close to interpretation of trade secrets. Then when you are not disclosing what you have, and actually most of companies can protect their trade secrets by not putting, how to say, using this secret information as prompts, or not using this secret information anywhere where other third parties can access it. But this is already not copyright for the material itself. It's different intellectual property. Yeah, right. But yes, you are right. It's very good way how to protect it. And I would say that nowadays more and more intellectual property will become like a trade secret protected.
Yeah, this was the way out, yeah, because we know that you in the European Union will take a few years, and we still need some counter action, and you provide this law of the trade secret, and so we moved it to this kind of special cloud idea. But I have a special question to you from our community, which is more demanding, maybe. The issue is, are we sure that this, there's a specific part in ISO 56000 about intellectual property right? It seems to be published, which means it seems that all countries of the world signed it. What is your impression that, because we are at the moment have to decide, especially in automotive industry, how we position ourselves in the next years, yeah? Especially when you say we're overwhelmed by lower priced, let's say, electric cars, but we have our opinion that maybe we have invented some more technology. We shared a lot of technology. We get back suddenly our own technology at lower price. Yeah. We know that we need to change our behavior maybe in the next years of how we protect this knowledge and don't get something placed around the world and suddenly get the same product at 10 times lower price, but it was originally knowledge shared to this place. So what's your idea? Is this idea of IPR working in the other continents the same way? Or is this only our own European interpretation of it? Yeah? How much would you have influence from Europe to those other continents when we would try to claim? That's my question to you. You know, I know that you would execute the law in Latvia, you would execute the law in maybe Germany, then and so forth. But what would happen if we would go back to another continent and claim the rights we believe we have? So what's your opinion about this?
Yeah, I would say that there are many, how to say, angles how to look at this question. But first thing, we should separate which rights exactly, because every right has certain international regulations for protection. Like there are international norms for which are quite similar in all fields of intellectual property. And I would say that it's important to understand what we speak about. If it's trade secret, how it is protected. If it's patent, how what is the territory of patent? Well, if it's trademark, if it is design, because every intellectual property type is a bit different case. So then we would have to speak about what intellectual property type we speak about. Because, for example, trade secret is something that you just keep the most possible in secret, but it is not territorial. And it is not preventing from somebody disclose, from somebody inventing the same thing on the other side of the world, of course, yeah. So, but of course, there are some negotiations about some blockchains and something, but still, until we have current intellectual property laws, every idea, solution, technical thing should be dissected in intellectual property rights. What is this certain part? Is it trade secret? Is it copyright? If it's algorithm, do you want to patent it or you want to keep it as trade secret? If it's trade secret, it can be all over the world, just you have to keep it secret. If you want to patent your algorithm, then you have to put it in every country where you want to protect it. So it is just depends on the rights.
Thank you for your answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. While I will look at the Menti questions, next speaker will be Bruno Warren, but I don't see him in the list. So maybe you have joined with a different name. So please contact moderator so we can put you in. But are there questions from Menti?
Yeah, we have some questions here. First one is, does using a product with a logo, that is Apple computer, in advertising photos in websites, etc., needs to be agreed with the company?
Mm-hmm. Very good question.
Thank you.
Actually, let's say every company who has registered their trademark has rights to tell the rules or give license or whatever, invent how their trademark should and could be used. But the thing is that it is not forbidden to use correct and true evidence. So for example, if you have Apple computer and you bought it in Apple store and you are filming, I don't know, Instagram story and you use this computer, it is true information that you use and they cannot forbid you from using it unless you are doing something to spoil their reputation. But if it is true, like if you are comparing two computers and show their brands and tell about them honestly, it is not forbidden. So basically, if you want to use other companies' product placements in your videos, media, or advertisement, it is not forbidden. What is forbidden is trying to gain some benefits from the reputation of others if they are not also true. So, for example, if you are, I don't know, making covers for computers or computer bags, but your advertisement would sound Apple computer bags certified by Apple, you know, but and you are not certified by Apple, then it is forbidden because that would be trying to gain a benefit from a reputation of others. But if you are just simply saying, oh, you know, I made computer bag and Apple computer fits in there, by the way, then it is okay and it is true information and nobody can forbid you from using it.
Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Yeah. My other question is, if there is contract between parties with clause of confidentiality, does emails exchange between become or are confidential?
If it's specifically indicated in the email and it is connected, and then I would also advise strongly to put in the email on the top of the email information that it is related to the subject based on the agreement, and what will follow will be confidential information. Yeah, but then you have to indicate it. Still, it never means that everything I send from me to you, even if we are in this relationship, is confidential. But if in the agreement is specifically indicated that all correspondence and everything related to this will be confidential information and possibly protected by trade secret, then it could be like, it's important to understand that if there will be some infringement and when you will go to court or to solve your situation, the question will be if the other party will be able to prove that they didn't understand that this is also trade secret. Yeah. And if they will not have any proof to say, oh, I don't have any proof, basically they would say, I just thought though, but you can see in agreement that they have signed it, that they should know. Then, and it is written in the email on the top that it is trade secret or confidential with big red letters, then they have no excuses.
Thank you. That's it.
One more.
One more question.
Yeah, and the last question is, trademarks are territorial. The principle of priority functioning on a territorial basis. For example, does a trademark registered in US need to be registered in EU too?
If you want to sell products or provide services in EU, then you should, that is strongly advised to protect trademark with registration. Because if you have US trademark, then it is only in US and it is not working in Canada, Australia, or any other country. It is strictly territorial. Of course, there are also unregistered trademark rights, but it is very hard to prove them.
Okay, thank you, Ilse. It was really interesting. Now we got our next speaker, Bruno Warn. He will speak about ISO 56000 standard series implementing vehicle for InnoAgent skills set via ESPIM. And he is an ESPIM board member representing the largest innovation conference and network in the world. So members of this ESPM are really involved in these ISO 56000 series development. So please start.
I have a very weak connection, it seems. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear, but not very well, Bruno. So I think you have to maybe increase the volume.
Let me see. Is it better now?
Better, yeah. Perfect.
Excellent.
You can start.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for having me. And also thanks for the kind introduction for the ISPIM conference series and network of special interest groups. Basically, just consider me as the warm-up act for the afternoon when my colleague Joanne Highland will be giving you much more insights into the ISO 56000 standard, the 56000. I will maybe briefly focus on the 5600X areas, how to go about implementing the standard and how to make it work within companies. For a little bit of a background, for those of you who are not familiar with ISPIM society, ISPIM stands for the International Society for Professional Innovation Management. And we have been, over the past almost 40 years, or a bit more, involved with innovation management, technology management, all aspects of innovation in the education side, in the different aspects of education, health issues, technology, disruptive innovation, and so forth. So Joanne will be going a bit more into this, the detail of the body of knowledge and the idea that came about that was implemented through the ISO 56000 standard. So my first part really is to give you a bit of a glimpse of what does it mean to have such a standard sitting there. I would almost call it sitting there, because a standard needs implementation. It's the same with ISO 9000 and all the other ones that have been implemented previously. And it is all about the X in the end of the 5600. So that makes all the difference. What kind of implementation opportunities will come up? And the idea to use the innovation agent skill set through the different parts of ISPIM is what I would like to put a focus on for you. Also to see how we can further bring the networks and the different collaborating projects together. I've been a frequent participant with the Eurospy conference schemes as well with the ISPIM. We've been going back for a long time, setting up skill sets together with Richard Messner's ICN and all the partners within the different European projects. And ISPIM is basically considered a vehicle, and don't mix it up with the automotive skills and areas of battery skills, but it's the vehicle as a network throughout a global setting of innovation scholars. And the body of knowledge SIG, which stands for Special Interest Group, is really the area that has been hanging on for several years now, until its finalization now as the implemented standard of ISO 56000. So what does that mean? We have the skill sets of the innovation agents. We've been modulating and modifying the skill set also in a ways how it can be implemented in different professional skills, from healthcare workers all the way to automotive, to technology companies and so forth. And I think the important part is to make those who apply aware what does that mean to make their lives easier within a setting of an organization, a company, a multinational company, whatever it might be, to make use of the innovative potential within a company. And it's not just the innovation department or the innovation group that is interested in this setting. It's really everybody in an organizational setting. And it doesn't matter if it's a university or if it's a research center or a smaller company or a larger company. The fact that people think ahead of what their impact into the daily business is, how that can be improved, and how can the standard of innovation management now help? Because that's also a vehicle. So the innovation standard that you will hear more about in the afternoon, as I mentioned, I think is the vehicle on the decision-making boards of all those organizations to actually have a fallback option to say, well, this is the standard. We ought to be working towards that, but how do we implement that in our own setting? So really the innovation agent skill set could be one of those vehicles, I think. And pardon me, using the vehicle of the conference settings like ISPIM could be the way of going in all those varied areas of industries, of research settings, and so forth. So all the way from micro credentials to awareness raising to setting up further education centers in large companies. All of this could be linked between the different actors, both from those who came up with the skill set itself throughout the different settings, also the training issues. And with ISPIM, I think with the special interest group of education and teaching innovation, this could be a great way of putting things onto the road. So for the innovation agent skill set and the collaboration between the body of knowledge SIG and the SIG of innovation, education, innovation teaching, and innovative ways of teaching, I would think that the global setup of ISPIM could help and be a good way of doing this. And what do I mean by a global setup? For many, many years, the ISPIM community really met annually in Europe, in different regions, and I myself was the host in Vienna twice already, in 2009 and 2017. And we then ventured out into the Asia Pacific area and also the Americas. What does that mean? You have about 600 people participating in an annual conference in June in Europe, and maybe 50 plus countries are participating. But then you still have this local ecosystem of innovation presented. If you go to Asia Pacific or the Americas, you have a different setting, and you can see with the innovation tours and with the implementation in those locations, how the innovation setup or system is actually performing. And we've been doing this for quite some time now, probably more than 15 years. We've been venturing out to Asia Pacific and also to the Americas. And I've recently came back from Brazil, where we had our first Latin American conference back in now in April. First one after the pandemic, and also the first one that will be in December in Osaka in Japan, which we had postponed for now almost 4 years, but now it's happening. So I would see that as a great opener of the innovation agent skill set, and also to link the learning and the teaching about it and the knowledge exchange with different ways of training, some micro credentials, whatnot, but also within the teaching and education community of ISPIM in the various places throughout the globe. And I think that also showcases what can be done with the X at the end of ISO 5600, because the standard is global, and a lot of people have put their heads together over the previous several years to come up with a standard that actually can be used on a global scale. Now, that's the ISO 56000, but the X means what and how do we get this onto the ground, and how do we implement that standard into the daily life of companies, organizations, and so forth, and also in the education about an innovation skill set. So this is just a few glimpses that I would like wanted to give you as a food for thought, to put a lot of questions to Joanne, because she's really the masterhead within the ISO 56000 community. And she has been involved in the setting up of this standard for many moons now, and will give you insights of what's the current status, what's happening, and how we can bring this together. So the idea of me showing you, what does it mean to put that standard on the ground has a lot of opportunities within the different networks and groups that we are representing, and are represented in your meeting as well as in the overall community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. You used a few words which I probably have to translate also, because what I have to admit is that in the TIMS project, we did not explain innovation agent skill card, yeah, because we saw it as a separate research project. But you will see in the afternoon, like Bruno says, that there is a strategy somewhere, yeah, and the strategy is that in the bigger scale, on ISPIM level, Eurospy level, Blueprint level, we were thinking about an innovation agent that we place by a strategy into different areas of companies. And we staff these innovation agents with specific skills and tools. And what we see is that TIMS is delivering a few things, what we will add to the innovation agent, but there is a pre-development already since a few years of what this innovation agent has as skills in cooperation with the ISPIM and Eurospy and Blueprint projects. So this is the background. But now one question to you, Bruno. You know that we will, let's say, like you said, we need to place someone in a company called innovation agent, yeah, as a kind of, let's say, catalyst function. Yeah. How do you see that function to be important in Europe? Because TIMS is a typical Erasmus project where people say, yeah, let's train the content. Whereas on the strategic level, we think about with the industry associations that we have a specific certificate where we launch people in specific places in industries with a certain skill as an agent. Yeah. Why do we need such an agent? What is your opinion? Why do we need more than just the training? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question, and also the clarification of the skill set and everything for the TIMS community. I totally skipped that part in the beginning. The question is important because what I tried to mention a few times, the body of knowledge of a standard is one thing. The X within the ISO 56000 is the important part. How to get this onto the ground, how to get this to an awareness level within a company. And I mean, a company or an organization of a smaller size, that can be done, with a lot of, I would say, auxiliary help with chambers of commerces and the Small Medium Enterprise Association on a European level, and all those channels and networks, which also will take time. But to find, or let me put it this way, we see in the ISPIM community, and this is a large community of over 12,000 people, and also the different workshops and trainings we have. In the last conference in Ljubljana last year, we already thought about the know. You can have a book, how to implement the standard. You can have an online version. You can have kind of training settings. You can have all the consultants that will definitely jump on this, how to make a buck with the larger companies. But to really get this into the company, I think it needs a lot of tedious work to make a company understand that each and every one of their people in the company are an agent of innovation, because every aspect within the company is important to be aware and alert. And I think this will be the crucial part, how to get this onto the ground.
Was there another question?
I'll have one question. Regarding this ESPM network, the question is, maybe there you have some successful example of usage of ISO 56 series standards. As I understand this, there are companies that are already working towards all these, and maybe some key factors that contributed to their success afterwards.
Thank you for the question. I'm smiling because I would love you to ask that question to Joanne in the afternoon, because she would put a smile on and will give you so many examples of how it didn't work and how it was tedious to get this into the mindset of a company. The standard basically came about because you need a proof of concept to a decision maker within the company to adapt or adopt that kind of scheme, which means in a disruptive, innovative setting, you're not disrupting the whole company, you're disrupting a business unit, a product, a new idea, a development of some sorts. But to get people's mindset changed in a disruptive way, you have to have proof that this might be working. There's no proof and no security in disruptive behavior, but the decision makers need to have this kind of comfort that they're doing the right thing. And with the standard, I have the feeling we have now the backbone to actually say, well, innovation management is nothing scary. You will not lose your head, but you might actually gain quite a fair bit. And this is the content that has been going on in the discussions previously in ISPIM conferences, to get the head around, to basically have the proof of a system that's working, that's called innovation management in all its facets.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno, easier is that you mentioned maybe a few big company names that are in ISPIM because they use this and develop them.
Yeah, but there's projects going on currently with Deutsche Telekom, with the aerospace sector, with communication and IT in the US. Joanne used to be working for Telenor and other big communication companies, and she has ample examples of how it didn't work in the beginning and why we came about this. But the companies we invite, and it's Alcatels and Lucents and whatever, depends which country we are in and who is willing to come. But I will give you one example. We had we had a trial version that was called ISPIM Seek Solutions, and they came about from when we had a conference in Quebec in Canada, and they have had a scheme to invite about 200 companies to solve the questions of a company. And everybody thought they were crazy because they're also charging quite a bit of money for them to participate. And they said, why would anyone pay money to solve the problem of another company? Well, the point is the room was full. And why? Because basically anyone in this room had the same problems in a way or another. But one company was brave enough to come forward to bring this to the table. And then they were not allowed to participate. It had 3 rounds of solving this. And usually companies went home with quite a plethora of solutions in different ways to a certain problem they had. And we had in Boston, we had a huge biotechnology company. We had wood processing companies from Finland. We had Ericsson in Budapest, and they all went home with a happy face. You wouldn't believe it. And they gave out their, not trade secrets, but problems they had, they faced in an innovative way, and they went home with several solutions that they could then present.
Okay, and it's also that Magnus, who is the lead of the ISO 56000 norm, is also ISPIM community member. So those companies come from it. And when I met Bruno, when I went with Bruno, my research project to Canada a long time ago, where we had much fun, the first location we went to Quebec, and that was where in the beginning of the 90s, they shared the knowledge about the satellite global positioning system, which was
in French.
this time. So you might guess the idea which companies are there. And those companies are using the norm and developing the norm because we need, as I mentioned, the structured innovation. But there is one more thing, a very funny story. So that came to my mind now. Yeah, I have funny projects in my life, and one was 2003 to 2005 that was called Organic Innovation. And we had the Russian Academy of Sciences as a partner. Yeah? Professor Gvishiani at this time was the head of the Russian Academy of Sciences. And we developed also a similar schema. And the schema was the idea we should recreate in Russia the middle class. But I found out just 1 year ago what they misunderstood. That's funny for me. Yeah. Because I understood in the German way, right? A middle class means that we think that the industry and the population lives from companies that have the size of 1,000 to 10,000 people, and not the state controls everything. Yeah. So that we can distribute the wealth in such a way that it's controlled not by the state or by a dictator, but by the wealth of the regions. And that is what we call middle class. Yeah. So you can go to the term middle class in Germany, yeah, and then you see that. And then I was wondering why in 2007 they stopped the project when a certain different person came into power, yeah. And I think Professor Gvishiani is now in pension. And if you search for Professor Gvishiani, my name, you find even papers from me and him, yeah. And now I recently found out what they misunderstood. It's a funny joke for me. They understood that they just take the power, distribute it to oil and all state-controlled companies and distribute the money so that they create middle class of salary for normal people by state-owned companies. No, we didn't mean that. Yeah, that was misunderstood. We meant the middle class size of industry in the distributed network. So they completely misunderstood. When we are going to the European way of thinking, yeah, this is exactly where we base. We have SMEs. We live from SMEs. This is what we call middle class. The companies of size to 1,000, 10,000 people that in reality employ 80% of the population. And if we want to launch innovation there, then we cannot make it like one command and everyone follows on a state-owned industry. Yeah, we have to distribute this into a set of industries where we place innovation agents in a democratic way. Okay, this is why we have that strategy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Maybe one small sentence at the end, because you put the point right on the wound, which is SMEs. And I think the vehicle is to be seen not by today, but in the long run. The students we have in innovation, entrepreneurship, and whatnot are those who will be working in SMEs in 3 to 5 years' time down the road. And if we put that grain of thought of the standards of innovation agent skill set of everybody is important into their minds, I think this is the way forward to then transport that grain of thought and to bring this into action and to actually actively work with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there will be one question from audience.
Yeah, the question says, is it requested in the EU the certification against ISO 56000 series for the participation in public acquisitions, that is, products or services related to the environment?
Not yet. Short answer, because the standard is just about to be implemented, and the X at the end of it will show the implementation. So it's in the beginning of all of this.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, then it looks like it's my part now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So thank you once more.
No.
And my presentation will be like a little small break, I would say, just some philosophical things about the same topics. So I think you can launch the presentation. So that will be like general about the management, innovation management systems. Okay, thank you. So one thing I would like to start is Global Innovation Index. That latest is from year 2023. That was quite near. And their motto for this year is innovation in the face of uncertainty. Uncertainty because, as I've mentioned, also COVID situation when lots of things were pushed and changed just because we had to. Then politics situation, wars, and all the things that are not so, world is not so calm at this moment as previously. So there are lots of things that are changed, and our conference is also like it was not a previous one before COVID. And there are 3 countries that are top 3 according to this index. That's Switzerland, Sweden, United States, and the region rank is top 1, top 2. Then I put down the other from this index. That was this project partners are. This is as this conference is about the project. So you can see that Austria is top 20. Then Spain, Portugal is close. Then Latvia, Greece, Romania. We are quite close there. Nigeria is a little bit behind in the global index, but then is one important thing you should look at region rank, that Nigeria is number 11 in Africa, and that's close to Austria. And you always have to remember that you can't be, it's really hard to be someone in top if everyone around is not in the top. It's usually you are similar to the environment where you are already at that moment. So if we are looking by region, Nigeria is close to Austria. And that's in every business everywhere. You all know that if you know that there is district with different food, different small shops, you will be sure that you will get something there and you will go there. If there is one without competitors, maybe it's very good one, but the decision to go there may be harder. So that's like you have to work in groups. This is about teams, about cooperation, and innovation in general, innovation management can't be done separately without others. These times when everyone worked independently are a little bit gone. It's hard to wait for big news from North Korea, for example. It's quite isolated state. That's their decision. But all the other world don't wait that there will be something extra interesting. It may happen, but we are not waiting for that. We are waiting for news from those who are cooperating and working together. Little bit about content of this Global Innovation Index. There are lots of points that are directly connected with this Innovation Management Standard Series, actually, because of course it's about innovations. I took example of Latvia. We were ranked, I think it was 37th place in the Global Innovation Index, and I put out some points that were to my mind, connected with innovation and management standards. And entrepreneurship policies and culture, 40, that's below that one. University industry collaboration, 68. State of cluster development, 65. Patent families, intellectual property payments, it's 91. So unicorn valuation, 48. We have one unicorn in Latvia. Have not had any new one. And all these things are below that 37. So that means for Latvia, it will be quite easy to go up just by using this innovation management system. And for those who know, this Global Innovation Index also calculates the number of companies that have management systems. Now it's included 9,001 and environment standard 14,001. But I'm sure when this innovation management system will be, it will be possible to certify against it. This one will also go into this Global Innovation Index. But this is what I'm showing, that just by switching and focusing to innovation management system, it's really possible to improve, and that's why it's important to support it also from the state level. And that the same situation may be in other countries. You all can access this Global Innovation Index and look through the figures for your countries and what are the areas to improve. So this one, this picture I took from Swedish colleagues as they are top 2. And they copyright exemplify maybe, that's Magnus Carlsson, one of the authors. This is how the professions emerge. I should agree with this because in 50s there were no project management. It later emerged from that time. And then around 1980, it's 30 years later, quality management started. And in the beginning, of course, there were people that are working, the companies, there are history about that. But as a profession all around the world, it was not so popular. So it went up. And those who are for a longer time there, I think you all remember that we really was connected with project management. It's somehow lots of mentioning about you have to projects, you have to understand projects. Not so much anymore nowadays because we have moved away as independent one. So innovation management is emerging right now. That's the next step, next 30 years, I would say. And of course, like the previous presentation, there were about innovation agents, and that's this thing, innovation management as a profession And of course, nowadays there is this different and a little bit strange situation that you can learn innovation in different universities and different seminars, lectures. There are lots of offers already now. But one little different thing for management, from management standard side, is that ISO technical committee that is connected with this right now started work on standard that would be about the skills that this innovation expert should have. That's a little different. I don't know many standards where there will be specific one for skills of the person who is working. There were no standard for quality manager, for example, but now the situation is changing because otherwise there are many differences and within around the world, and that's why there were these discussions. What are the skills these persons should have? Next one is a picture I like to show that there are these changes and really interesting situation. This picture I took from ISO technical committee meeting. Roland Rausch presented it from Germany. He is idea management specialist. It was presented to a group of experts and we had possibility to discuss it because there are situations and there are production, some mechanism, and there is idea that this screw can be shortened because there are no use to make it so long, so it can be shorter. We can save costs, quite big ones for the full production, full life cycle. And the question was what it is, because some said that maybe it's continuous improvement that's mentioned in almost all ISO management standards, because there are specific points. Continuous improvement, you should do work for continuous improvement. And if it's maybe innovation management, and now there would be my part, how I would say that we have to think about it, that there are many possibilities. I mean, don't have enough information. What's that? Because maybe it's even the customer that asked, please shorten the screw. Okay, we did it. We can say to our managers, auditors, etc., that we did improvement, we shortened the screw, but actually company's effort was zero. It was customer said, please shorten it. We don't need it so long. Other possibility that would be maybe this continuous improvement was that somebody noticed, put the idea in the box. We have box on the wall where you can put all the ideas. Oh, good idea. Let's shorten it and forget. That would be maybe this continuous improvement, because he was motivated, maybe he got some reward after that. But innovation management in this case, I would say is like management process. That was just one step. Maybe later they will decide to change that plastic part also, because usually in such mechanisms, the plastic part are the weakest one that breaks the first. Maybe there should be some other material used. And so it's like looking for improvements in managed way. So I took definitions. I took it from one source, so it's easy to see both of them. Wikipedia, it's quite open one, of course, but there is the continuous improvement, is ongoing effort to improve products, services, or processes. Just such simple thing. But innovation management is already a combination of management of innovation processes, change management. It refers to product, business process, marketing, and organizational innovation. So last picture connected with marketing already, because you don't know, maybe it's somewhere inside the marketing activities also that we are doing something better and we should do. We don't know, but it's like the next picture. Functions of management, it's not just improvement, continuous improvement when everything is we have box, maybe it's sometimes there is some idea, maybe for half a year there are no ideas inside, but we are waiting for the next continuous improvement. So if it's like a management system already, then it's some organization, there's leading motivation, there should be some control. Is it really happening? Not just we have this box, it's done. Planning, decision making. So this process is more controlled and managed, and someone have to put some effort in that. It will not happen by itself. Idea management is maybe, it may happen, the continuous improvement may happen without any pushing, just making environment that you can, and everything else depends on the people involved. But this is already management. So this is what I put down as the possible risks for successful innovation management that was discussed around. One thing is terminology. Why it's there? Because the first picture was project managers, then quality managers. We are all used to some terminology, and it's a little bit warning that for innovation management, there may be the same words used, but with different meaning. And those people who don't have proper training can read some paper and so, oh, I know these words. I think that means that, but that means actually something else. And that's one thing quite often people forget. What is the source? What is the environment from which this text comes, and that there is different meaning behind that. The second one is tools and methods. That was also discussed quite a lot between experts, that we can write down standard, but it's just a text. But you should have this understanding. That's why we need these innovation specialists, innovation agents. That's why there is this standard of knowledge, the idea to make it as a standard officially. So these persons have understanding of set of tools and methods to use. Maybe this person don't know anything about standard, but he's really good in tools and methods in managing work. So maybe there are companies who don't know nothing about innovation management from academic side, I would say, but in real life, everything is going on very well within their small working group. Other thing is risk management. Risk management for usual management systems may be quite simple. If you don't care much, you can put nothing there and think that everything is quite safe. But for innovation management, it's a little different because it's about all the intellectual property rights, cooperation. You have to find partners. You have to find proper partners, not to later regret working with them. So everything, this should go under risk management, because you have to really think about that you will work in group with someone, you will develop something, and you usually want to continue with that, or the opposite, I want to go away from that project. But that should be risk-based decision, not just others just took the idea and throw you out. That was not the intent of cooperation. And the fourth one is time. It's written down in a standard, and that's not written down in other management standards, but that's thing I would like to add. It's like you can't work 100% for the result, because if you are just working for the result and you don't have time to stop, look around, read something new, read what's happening around, chat with colleagues, chat with competitors, maybe even, then it's a problem, I would say, because you won't make any innovation and you can't support innovations. You have to have time for yourself, and that should be allocated by top management, that workers have this time for improvements, for playing around, I would say sometimes even, and then for looking and searching new ideas. that's quite also connected with the previous one where I was showing what is Latvia behind the others. And that's the time for writing maybe articles, studying something, because at least in Latvia, it's not quite popular within companies. It's either you are working in your university, then you are doing one thing. If you are working in company, then just earn money and that's it. But you need this time. So that was my presentation to think about the main things and main differences. I tried to show this difference between continuous improvement and innovation management, that it's a little bit serious, more serious. It's not just box on the wall with ideas that comes there or don't come, but officially we done that, we have. So something like that. Now I think it's time for questions.
I have a question about innovation, and where is the border between renewing something or improving something and innovation as itself? What we can name innovation, what just improvement? Where is the border?
Yes, that's a quite a tricky one. Let's like question about, is it in a continuous improvement or innovation management system? I would say that innovation in general, that may be spontaneous, just spell something on head and you get the idea and that's it. But for management system, you may make this management system and don't succeed with innovations for a while because you have to launch this environment. But the first part of the question was one thing.
But there is no somewhere explained, or is this in standard? What standards say, yeah, in terminology?
Okay, I'm sorry that I interfere a bit, but we have this ISPIM, and then as I mentioned before, these working groups in Europe. Yeah, we had the same question in our working group, and you heard Bruno talking, and you will see later Joanne Highland from the United States talking. Yeah, and the point is that we say you heard the term disruptive innovation, right? And this term was not used by the ISO 56000, but it is a term we use in the community. And what is disruptive innovation? This is what you call it, yeah? What you call real innovation, obviously, yeah? We say disruptive innovation is that you really have to change your product. For instance, when we have a car and suddenly we have in the car to connect to another industry sector to make the car still working in a, let's say in a smart drive function, yeah? So we really have to change something what we haven't been capable of doing before. That we call disruptive innovation, yeah? And we have also talks of disruptive innovation from car industry, so also keynotes, where they explain how difficult it is to change your whole company. You need new skills, new department, new partner, everything new to get this thing done. And this is what we call disruptive innovation. This is what you obviously call real innovation. And we still call the smaller thing still innovation, but not disruptive innovation. And like Bruno says, the ISPIM, or what we see in our working group, is disruptive innovation is the one that needs the help by the standard. It's exactly matching what you say, yeah? Because the standard will not help that you just refine a little bit of the screw. But the standard will help that you build up a complete new infrastructure with new department, new partners, new network, that you survive that kind of journey to a new disruptive innovation. This is what Bruno used as disruptive innovation. But Joanne is much better in talking. You know, Americans can much better present than Europeans. Yeah, but she will probably talk about the same. Yeah.
Of course, I think this question also arises because of the overall environment that we are saying there are so much innovations. Word innovation is used everywhere, and sometimes the definition is about that innovation is maybe others already have it, but now you will have it also. So that's innovation for you. I'm not always happy with this definition because there are some cases when you are the last in the market that don't have that. So if you are the last ones, that was your last chance to keep going forward. Otherwise, you are out of the market at all. So I would say that's not the best case to call it innovation. That's a desperate situation where you just had to do it. Otherwise, you are out. And I remember that it was in some book about changes and development. There was some research that when refrigerators were invented, there were research in Great Britain that previously there were these ice where you during wintertime you get the ice into basement and you can store the fish there for a longer time. And the research was that these companies that provided these services before refrigerators, none of them switched to refrigerators, and there were completely new industry with another companies because they thought, no, our ice system is working fine. We are, but they were out of the market after a while. And this is the situation. If they are the last ones that, okay, we will buy the refrigerator. That's not innovation. That's a desperate step to be in the market. Otherwise, you are out.
Be aware, because we will have today in the afternoon the Automotive Skills Alliance. As a speaker, we live in a disruptive innovation now in Europe. Yeah, you expect from the car industry to switch to electric vehicles, right? But at the same time, we have a very low sale of electric vehicles. At the same time, when we try to launch electric vehicles on the market, those with whom we produced electric vehicles on their market shifted lower price the market through Hungary to Europe. That is disruptive innovation. How can we change the whole industry where we even need for an electric motor only 1/3 of the staff to produce compared to the combustion engine? What will we do with 2/3 of people getting no employment in Europe anymore? Yeah, it's a real fact. You don't see it now, but it's on the move and we have to work with it. So we're dealing with disruptive innovation, and there, if you don't have a standard like this, where you say what should we consider in total, we might end up in a complete disaster. And there is more than this disruptive innovation going on. Yeah, this is only a small piece of that because it goes through the whole supply chain. So disruptive innovation is a big challenge at the moment. Yeah.
And one thing also about innovations, it always may be a little bit like bluffing. From auto industry, I remember I heard the story about first hybrid vehicles. First one on the market was Toyota Prius. And the situation behind that, it was in some video explained that several car makers tried to make this hybrid vehicle to be the first ones. And they were all approximately the same. But Toyota, there were management decision that we have to be first by any means. And they were promoting that there will be this car, there will be already first exhibition, premiere of that. I don't remember which car show, but actually 1 week before that car show and sales should begin, this vehicle could drive only 50 meters and that's it. It was not ready yet. That was what Richard told in the beginning, that the question, how ready are the cars for market, maybe we should risk. They are doing such risks. They had feeling that we can fix it until real cars will go to the first customers. But for the presentation 1 week before that, the car was not ready actually. But innovation was launched, promoted, everything went right. There is a question I know that in Menti.
Yeah, I would like to personally ask a question, then I would take the question, then we'll take comment from John. Okay, so how do we enhance or enable organizations in Nigeria to go in the part of innovation management system so that they can be at par with organizations, for example, in Europe?
One thing I would say is this cooperation and communication. I know that for this conference registered really a lot of people from Africa, and I have this feeling that you are interested to hear what's going on here in Europe. And that's the aim. And that was what I was telling about these groups and clusters, that you can't be alone the best ones. And nowadays, of course, the distances are a little bit different thing because of all the communication possibilities via Zoom. You don't have to drive to conference to Latvia from Nigeria. Of course, if there will be teleportation invented, that would be big success, because always face-to-face interaction is much better. Zoom will be out of market if we can teleport. But from that point of view, I am saying that yes, this communication with those who are up in a better will bring you the knowledge. But other thing is that, of course, you have to cooperate with those who are around you, so you won't be isolated there. That's a little bit like my experience from automotive industry in Latvia. When the first auditors came to Latvia to audit automotive standard that was implemented here, they were really surprised that there are so few companies in Latvia, and then the logistics were all the logistical ways from Latvia to the car makers started, and they thought that we are fooling them, because from Latvia till Great Britain directly it took 10 days delivery. From Sweden it was 3 days, but that was just because there are no other suppliers and no one wants to drive an empty truck. So you have to pick from one supplier, second supplier, third supplier, and it took much longer time. So this is about these clusters, cooperation, and picking others with yourself. And that's why this is about the cooperation. And I was in a conference in Tallinn. They had a nice presentation about one company, and they said, please come to us, even competitors, anyone. Come to us, we will show you everything, facilities, how we are working, all documents, ask whatever you want. Because of course you can buy it. You can buy the same premises, the same equipment, make the same locations, everything, but you can't copy our people, our culture, how we are working. And when you will implement some documents, what we are using, we will have already invented next way how to work. So you will never copy us in real life. And that was also connected with the lecture earlier about intellectual property and tangible assets, because it's not about the equipment. Everyone could buy the same robots, but how you organize work, all the culture, that's the difference. And that's a lot of cooperation and working together, even with competitors. You see the big companies, phone companies, Samsung, Apple, they're biggest competitors, but working in the production is the same factory sometimes.
Thank you. There's another question. How do you think we can improve innovation management systems in organizations in Latvia?
In general, I would say that we just have to work and do it, and don't hesitate to ask others also, because there are standards that are asking for others to have them, and quite often we are we're not so serious about the fact that we should work together with others, and quite often it's also the cheapest price. We have our deciding on partners is the price. That's not always in other countries, in other communities. The price, it's very important here. It won't be important in Arabic countries where you should have personal contacts. In Europe, I would say also price is important, but it's quite important the personal contacts. That's why sometimes companies from Latvia really struggle to get into the contracts with the European partners, because like they don't trust. You have to prove that you have several certificates, etc. Everything's so perfect. Maybe even these partners themselves don't have anything from that. But it's not just the price. It's not about the price. We've been taught that China is always working with the cheapest possible option. Of course, we like to get something cheap, but we don't expect much from that. So to improve the systems, just forget the price and more focus on the result and common work together.
Can I say something from our industry area? In automotive, for instance, that's interesting. We make a different product per target market. And so in Europe, we know that security and safety is a big value, but we have a reduced price product for other markets. So it means that when we produce the same
And
parts in another
so other possibility is that all participants can join also from foreign countries and even quite far ones. I don't remember statistics at this moment. I will check once more, but if I remember correctly, we have participants from more than 20 countries registered to this event. And it was around 200 people in total. That's a recorded video from our conference beginning. So, Richard, have you finished, or we have the next speaker already online or also?
I'm sorry, Yuan, that I say something, but here in the industry, what you said is when we work in these European, let's say, working groups, not in the new project. New projects are like financed for a small thing. We usually have so-called associations, right? So when we have here the car maker association, is the head of this ASA that is presenting this afternoon, and they form an innovation task force for Europe, and I'm the group leader of the innovation task force. And the point is that, of course, then we invite those companies and partners to become part of that. Mikros we will invite, and Latvia also, to be a member there. But the point is that our expectation in Europe is that those who are interested get also on a trust level, and get into those groups. Because if you are against Europe, we are not so much interested. But if you show your interest in Europe and you're part of that group, we get closer to this lead industry, and then we work together. So we're more networked style and not hierarchically driven by one dictator. So this is a little bit different lifestyle we have. And I think this is why we need, let's say, if you want to join Nigerian partners, then we see Oluwalu as our main contact. We will invite Oluwalu and the Nigerian institution, which Oluwalu represents as our main contact to this task force. But then we would expect that you have a free choice to also present inside the task force and meet then big car industry or big other types of communication industry. Okay, but it's networking. It's we are working on same level, and there is no one punishing you, but we are working together on same level. That's more or less the way we are.
Oh, okay, thanks. There is one more question.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, so another question is, how can enterprise from Burundi improve their standards and become at the same level as Europeans or America, US? It's a question from Burundi. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would say that's something the same, just gathering information. For me, I would say similar for Latvia, for example, this automotive industry and all these things, that's not so common here in Latvia. Okay, we had a factory in Soviet times, but that was not a good example. At this moment, at first, we have to have this competence, because of course, if we have some contracts, no one will come here and then we'll start teaching. That's not working. We have to understand, have to have knowledge, and then we can get partners, get contracts and everything else. So of course, to get the knowledge, it's networking, because you can join somewhere, start to follow them, start to hear what they are saying, and in the end, you are on the same level as they are, and you are ready to start working with them and with others. So that's to my mind, like it should work, because you can't get anything from just a blank page. It's step-by-step activities. But first one is that you have to get common understanding, knowledge, and this is what I'm talking also about this innovation management standard. In Japan, they presented that certification is not possible yet, but they had, I think, a year ago already more than 3,000 people that went through the training. In Latvia, 0. If you promote this, that we can do something, it's not so many that are interested into that. And that's the thing. You have to get knowledge in advance, and then you are ready for everything else. Okay, I think Johan St. Jordan is next speaker. He's already waiting. We had some more questions here. But John will share his experience with innovation and TechPoint as leading Danish industry network. He is involved in business-oriented research projects focused on these standards and evaluations over 300 companies. And so let's hear what Johan St. Jordan has to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it, Björn.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and give my experience to you. And also thank you for the presentation just before me. I very much like the look into the Global Innovation Index. I've done it myself in relation to Denmark, and find that Denmark normally is in top 10 in innovation, but we are number, let's say, 35 or 36 in relation to make these innovative ideas into good business. And that's exactly what this is all about. We need to be good at innovation management, and that's behind and bringing all the good ideas into business. So therefore, I very much enjoyed the topic for today. So I have been in this business for many years, and it all started for me when I was at a Danish company, Brød & Kjær, developing equipment for sound and vibration. And then sitting there, been there 14 years, I saw this magazine and measurement-based process improvements. And when I looked into it, there was a good new model which you could use as assessment. And this was these good guys writing this paper here. And just at that moment, I took the decision that that would I try out. So I then started at another Danish company, Delta, which is a kind of innovation and testing house, helping Danish companies being better at innovation and testing. And there they also had this TechPoint network. And I involved me a lot in that, because it was mainly the customers from Delta all over Denmark. And in this network, we took a lot of discussions on maturity models, tests, and of course also innovation. And nowadays I'm running this network in Denmark, and there are organizations from private companies, but also public organizations like police and whatever, and also universities. So I think while we have these 3 categories of participants in the meetings, we get a lot of good discussions, just like Eurospire. And then at Delta, I started to look into Bootstrap and started to perform assessments. And I really find that it's a good tool, a good method. And that's also why I think the steps we are taking now in building a innovation management model, which we can use in reality, I think that's really good. Now we are here in 1995, and I started to perform assessments in Bootstrap. Later on, it became 15504, and also today it's 33061. You can see there's a lot of processes, but you don't need to take them all into your organization, but you can choose some of those. That was from 2000 and further on. And then it became CMMI. So I've done a lot of assessments in these different types of models. I'm very close to have performed 700 assessments in 300 different companies. And I really find that these models are very beneficial, and I'll tell you much more about that. But we also found that it's difficult to get information about your strengths and weaknesses and find reports and recommendations and whatever. And a lot of those companies I assessed, they took the report and placed it on the shelf, and nothing happened. So therefore, we got the possibility to start a large Danish research project with 2 universities and 4 companies running over 3 years. It was close to 4,000 euro project. And during this, the focus was to figure out, why is process improvement so difficult? Where is the bottlenecks? And we found out that there are specific parameters which ensure if your innovation project gets success or not. And after we have written the book and after we have turned it into a ISO standard 33014, we of course continued working with it. But in here there is also a way of figuring out what is the best overall changing strategy when you would like to implement your improvements in an organization. And it seems to be a very positive thing to bring into an organization, discussing which overall change strategy would you like to use in your organization. I've thought about that, and it gives a very good meaning to take a discussions on that. And there's in the standard ideas on what is behind those different schools of strategies. And it really gives good meaning to figure out, should it be measure driven or should it be demanding or whatever. So that was also a set of assessments we did in organizations to help them being better, quicker. And so that was another model. But you remember, I was in this organization Delta, where we helped organization being more innovative. And we got some funding from a Danish corporation, Danish industry. And the CEO at Delta, it was a 300 employee organization, was very interested in innovation as well. So him, Per Hartlev, and I traveled around in Denmark and visited 46 SMEs. They were from, let's say, 40 to 250 employees. And all places we discussed with management, top management in the organizations about their innovation. So we performed an innovation check where we discussed how innovative they were in their processes, in their production, in their products, and so on, in their marketing. And it was, I got a lot of inspiration and experience from performing these innovation checks. And the main conclusions here was that, you see, during this period, these 46 innovation checks I think they are representative for SMEs in Denmark. And it gave a lot of knowledge how difficult it is to make innovation in an organization. And you can go into the paper. It was presented at EuroSpy years ago. But the main conclusions is that the argumentation was that we don't have time to invest in innovation. Think about that. It is the basis for the future for the organization. But that was what we normally heard. And what we also saw that there were so many innovative ideas you don't believe. They were everywhere. Everywhere we talked with, if we walked around in the production or if we talked with the people in the development or whatever, there was a lot of ideas, but they lose them. That was the main problem. So they lack a business strategy to include innovation, to ensure that it was part of the development of the organization. And without the time and focus, innovation was ad hoc rather than a master discipline. And there was nothing to support this discipline in the organization. So what the innovation check did was close to a wake-up call. And the top management was very much inspired. And after the innovation check, 4 to 5 hours together with the management, they got a small report. And after that, they got a one-day workshop where we took the most beneficial parts in the report and tried to help them getting that into process or get some training or whatever. And after this innovation check series at Delta, we went into different things. Together with Richard, we did the innovation manager training, and it was not a great success in Denmark. And I guess that's what in some other countries we maybe hear the same, because they don't have the time, they don't have the focus. Even it's very important for the organizations. We also did some workshops at Delta where we invited some of the customers, and we discussed innovation processes and tried to build in innovation in their quality systems. And then I did some trials, for instance, with Tom Peisel in a Danish company, Therma, where Tom Peisel has developed a model with a lot of, you can say, practices or processes, where we discussed that with Therma and Therma management. And I'll say that was also a very good experience. They were very much listening, but I'm not sure that they used it very much afterwards. So now we are in 2012, and it continued with InnoSpice together with Michael and Tanya from Bremen. And they have also, together with good people in, I think it was in Latvia, developed a model also related to what do you need as an organization to be very fit at innovation. And I also have to say that we did some trials, and it was not that much a success. I know that they have a success in Egypt together with some Germany funding. So there has been performed a set of InnoSpice assessments in Egypt. And what I'm very happy about now is that we have a set of standards. We have the ISO 56000 series of standards. And I believe that if something is turned into a set of standards, then it's much easier to ensure that the focus will be there. So I appreciate very much that some good people has looking into these standards and has isolated these processes here and added their experience on that. So I think the basis now it's much stronger than the earlier trials on setting up a model for innovation management. So I believe that we now can take the next steps on this. And we are going to do a trial in Denmark, where we have a large Danish company who in the first step will use the model here to figure out where in their organization are the practices behind these processes performed. They're not sure by themselves where all the practices behind these processes are performed. They think they are, or they believe they are, innovative. But what is the substance behind? Who is doing what in relation to innovation? And we will also look into their quality system and their process frameworks to see, are there anything in these systems supporting the practices behind these processes? So that will be the first step. And the next step will hopefully be an assessment. And maybe some of the people in the company would like to be trained as an innovation agent. We'll see. But why do I think that these models, which are my destiny, is so beneficial? It's because it's about processes, it's about tools and methods, and it's about competences. It's very concrete, and it's very good to have in bringing into companies to take these discussions. So you can agree on what's important in these processes, practices, tools, and methods. And also it's easier to take very good and deep discussions because you have the processes in the model, you have the practices, and you can contain all the information you get during these discussions into a way where you can present the results related to the processes. So you can generate a visual picture on strength and weaknesses, and you can give back a concise story about their situation and give an overview on what's the most beneficial to improve in relation to their innovation management processes. And you can make a benchmark over time. You can come back and back again and see how things are improved. But you can also make a benchmark in relation to other companies, because the models are so strong that if some assessors are doing assessments and other assessors are doing assessments, then you can compare, you can make benchmarking. And maturity models are flexible, I would say. They are very flexible in relation to scope and type of company and different maturity levels, which can require that you design the assessment differently. And the purpose, maybe they are doing it for internal improvements or regulation or partner relation or whatever. So I believe that the maturity models are very generic because they are based on processes with focus on organizational capabilities. And they are very good as a communication tool. And it's also, I believe, able to explain the models for management and people so they understand what we are talking about. And there are also built-in improvement relations between the processes. Some of the processes are basis for other processes. So this is also a good thing to have included in the model. And it's the interviewee's own story. This is their arguments, which we are listening to as assessors, which is basis for the result. So I have done all these assessments over time, and I have never, ever been in a situation where presenting the closing at the closing meeting, presenting the result, and they don't agree. They have always agreed because it's their history and their story. So the participants, they also during an assessment hear each other's arguments for this and that. And that's also a good thing performing assessments. And the scoring, it's not the primary in these assessments. It is the assessment process in itself and also the recommendations. It's the main benefit. And we discuss implemented and not implemented practices. So they, during an assessment, figure out, oh, we have already some of this, but we can maybe improve this or that, which we already have. And they can see, well, we are missing some practices here, or even a process, or even more processes. So they get a practical picture they can use. So I would say it's basis for improvement, and people, in fact, want to improve. It's my experience. So it's all about to getting insight, and you can get the insight, the basis for improvement. You can get it through an assessment or as an innovation agent, discussing the processes and discussing the practices behind these processes. And then you have to choose what to improve. And maybe you can use this ISO 33014 to ensure that you get success with your improvements and choose a strategy for your improvement initiative, ensuring that it will be adopted in the organization. So I believe this is a good way of helping organizations being better at innovation management. And as I said, models is my destiny, and the latest model I have been part of is a model developed for smart city maturity together with a German organization, which can be used if you have a public organization. It could be who is controlling the city. What do they need to be good at ensuring that you get your smart cities at the end? It's all about competences and who is doing what. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. While there will be some more questions, I hope, from Menti, those who recently joined, there are attached the barcodes to the table. You can scan and write down the questions in Menti so we can ask them to the lecturer. So I have one question. Could you provide maybe some example from this touchpoint network when innovation helped to transform business completely? Maybe some bright example when in the beginning was something and in the end was something completely different, and maybe what is the lessons others can learn from that situation?
I'll say that the strongest experience in that direction is coming from the innovation check, and I also say that some of the companies we checked was a member of the TechPoint network. It was because I believe that we spoke a lot with management, because management is very important when you would like to make changes in organization. They need to step up, they need to ask the right questions, they need to support, and they need to ensure that changes are adopted in the organization. So several of the organization we visited, some of those changed even what they went to the market with, and they changed the way they were going to the market. For instance, there was an organization developing greenhouses where you have all your plants and whatever. And during the discussions, we figured out that maybe it should not be only a greenhouse. Maybe it should be a place where you would like to place you would like to sit down, and maybe you should have a little fireplace, and you could go there in the wintertime and so on. And in fact, they put up some partnership with other organization which delivered chairs, and another who delivered fireplaces and so on. So it was a huge change for that organization. And other organization, that was more the production. The production could be even more efficient in many ways. So we tried to be innovative in relation to how they produced their products. So I think the strongest experience is that you need to have time, you need to discuss, including with management, and you need to come with some practical things which is beneficial for the organization, both in relation to what they are doing, but also in relation to their competences, so they can improve their internal processes.
From Eurospy perspective, you publish also with Danish companies, sometimes at Eurospy. And then I remember, because they probably need names, yeah. But I remember the last presentation you gave last year in Grenoble in France, together with your team, was about Grundfos. Yeah. And Grundfos was changing the way how they work on the market by making their kind of agile flow to provide the services quicker and adapt to the new features quicker, if I remember.
Yeah.
So
That's correct.
Björn is working with real companies, and one I think you can search for is Grundfos.
Yeah.
Danish company just recently published in the Eurospy group.
Yeah, it's also very different companies. It could be Danske Bank, where it's more services. It could also be Novo, who is in the pharmacia. It could also be yeah, there are many companies as examples. You could go into the White Box homepage. There you can see a lot of companies that we are working together with.
Mm. And I think this, and then sometimes they publish then in Eurospy, and part of that we connect again to the innovation agent at ISPIM or other groups. But there are, if you want to see papers, then maybe the proceedings of Eurospy are also readable for such cases.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have some questions from Menti, please.
Yeah. First question is the title of ISO IEC-TR 33014 starts with information technology. Is the guide applicable for any type of organization, also ones that do not specify in IT?
Yeah, the answer is yes. And it's mainly because of the working group at the ISO organization that all those standards in the 33 series, I would say, is so generic that you can use them for whatever. So you can use the 33 or 14 if you have a improvement initiative, and you can even use the 33.061 if it's another thing than IT.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
Second question is very interesting discourse. How can I benefit in the partnership with similar organizations in Europe?
Yeah, it's always difficult to set up partnerships. From my point of view, it's that you need to do something together. So there need to be a project where people are working together. But I believe that many organizations, and also in relation to what we are talking about here, would appreciate to set up some activities. If there are real projects, I believe that many organizations would like to step in.
Okay, thank you. And the last question we have at the moment.
Yeah. Also, I would like to elaborate more on this, to ask, how can one join existing networks? For example, organizations outside EU, are there organizations that, innovative organizations that companies, organizations outside EU can join or can become members?
I will start with the ISO organization. I know ISO organization is all about standards, but I very much like standards, and it's also a kind of network. So if you from your country can include in one or another way working with standards, then you will get in contact with a lot of organizations also working with standards across countries and across global wise. Someone also says that ISO stands for International Sightseeing Organization, because you come all over the world, and now every meeting there will be between 200 and 300 person participating from companies and organizations of different types. So if anyone steps into ISO standardization working in a working group related to what they are working with or interested in, it's also a network and a good way of getting in contact with companies and public organizations worldwide.
Okay, thank you. As far as no, that's it. The questions from audience. So big thanks for your speech, and thank you. And now everybody that's here have the well-deserved break. And break also for those who are online. You can keep your live stream open, because we will show some pictures how project was going on recent years, and there may be also some video from ISO. but thanks for all your patience. There is on the left side outside, if you go out of the room, on the left there is some snacks for you to eat in this break. So feel free to go there, take something, communicate, and approximately after half an hour, we will have the girl that will play flute, Katrīna Līna Trektere from Latvia. She was happy to join us here. So that will be indication that we have to move back to the room and slowly start again the next part of the day. And the next part of the day will be some reminder that there will be some presentations, and then in the end there will be this workshop and panel discussion also. That's the practical part, possibility to test it without otherwise you will go home and test by your as you will succeed on that, but there will be some guided experience. So if there is something not working, something not clear, it will be a possibility to ask, and of course improve if there will be lots of questions about some specific thing, how to use the tool. But now thank you all, and let's have this break.
Innovating isn't easy. It means doing things that have never been done before and stepping outside of your comfort zone. When we unleash our creativity, it can be challenging to keep track of new ideas and develop them to fruition. ISO has a series of standards that do just that. They provide organizations with ways of defining what innovation means to them and the tools to help turn ambition into success. The ISO 56000 suite of standards and guidance documents on innovation management offers a systematic approach to integrating innovation into all layers of an organization. This helps to seize and create opportunities for the development of everything, from new products and systems and services to business models. They also bring many advantages, such as an increased ability to manage uncertainty, greater profitability, improved reputation and client retention, reduced cost, and a more empowered workforce. Innovation, managed with ISO standards. Innovating isn't easy. It means doing things that have never been done before and stepping outside of your comfort zone. When we unleash our creativity, it can be challenging to keep track of new ideas and develop them to fruition. ISO has a series of standards that do just that. They provide organizations with ways of defining what innovation means to them and the tools to help turn ambition into success. The ISO 56000 suite of standards and guidance documents on innovation management offers a systematic approach to integrating innovation into all layers of an organization. This helps to seize and create opportunities for the development of everything, from new products and systems and services to business models. They also bring many advantages, such as an increased ability to manage uncertainty, greater profitability, improved reputation and client retention, reduced cost, and a more empowered workforce. Innovation, managed with ISO standards.
Hello back. Hello back, everyone. Slowly moving towards previously taken seats. And as I've said, now we have some flute concert, short one. It's Katrīna Līna Trektere from Latvian Academic of Music. So please. Okay, thank you. She was Eva. And now I would like to give a stage for the next speakers. At this moment, there will be TIMS project partners. Those who are participating in the project at the moment, and the little bit longer speech will be for Odelai Ololu from Nigeria, as they have the first biggest experience with this tool in Turner Wright, an Nigerian organization. So let's share insight how it went with them, as it's the longest experience about TIMS project results. So please come for a few words, TIMS partners, and all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lara Ramos. I'm from Portugal. I represent the Institute for Technology and Quality, and I'm glad to be here, the final conference of TIMS, a project that we promoted along with Valve and the rest of our partners, Dolores Mundo from Nigeria, STP, they are not here today, from Spain, our Romanian partners from Sud Muntenia, Sigma from Greece, and I'm very glad to be here today. ISQ is a Portuguese company founded in 1965. We are present in more than 40 countries around the world, and we are a technological infrastructure that helps clients to comply with standards, to comply with regulations, to be on the top of innovation. We have this R&D unit that is completely focused on innovation, and we deal, our core business is our R&D projects. And that's why TIMS was so important to us, since we are working on the latest standards for innovation management. So we wanted to, of course, offer the best training to our clients, and also to train ourselves, to improve ourselves, and with all the laboratories and all the services that we provide to our clients and trainees, and also to our partners. So thank you very much for attending today.
So hello, everyone. My name is Monica Magureanu. I am the head of International Affairs and Project Department within South Muntenia Regional Development Agency, Romania. Here with me, I have my colleague, Adriana Tilița.
Hello.
As mentioned, I am a part of South Muntenia Regional Development Agency, Romania. We are managing authority for the regional programs of the South Muntenia region for the 2021-2027 programming period. As a regional development agency, we are funding, of course, innovative projects. So this means this project is very suitable for us. It helps us not only to provide funding, of course, through the regional program to SMEs, but it also helps us to improve their capacities on innovation management. Regarding team project, we were responsible of communication and also for the development of the training material for IPR management. Okay. And I would like to say that this was a nice experience for us. We actually tested the training modules, and SMEs were very interesting to find out more about IPR management and also about idea management. They understood the importance, and we tried to focus especially on applicative examples and what would it mean for companies. So we are trying to focus in the future again on these matters. It's important for us and for our SME and of course for development of our region. So Adriana, if you would like to say a few words.
First of all, I'm sorry for the intervention, but it was a little spider, just so you know. So yeah, we went outside. Yes, as Monica mentioned, this project was really helpful for the SMEs in our regions. And as previous speakers mentioned, indeed, the companies do not lack innovation. They just lose it on the way, mainly because they do not allocate the right time for it, or maybe because they are still not searching enough to see if those myths regarding intellectual property and so on are valid information or not. And we just hope that in the future, these things will improve. And thanks to all the colleagues from the consortium that helped develop the project.
Hello, we are Greek partners. My name is Anthea Fiado. Here's my colleague Theodora Dinu. We represent the company Sigma Business Network. We are from Athens. Our company has been involved in consulting for the last 30 years. From 2021, we started our cooperation with these people from different countries. And now in 1 month, these project teams will be completed. 2 months ago, we had our multiplier event, and in Athens, we talk in employees with different SMEs. We talked to them about the innovation management. Unfortunately, in Greece, we don't have too much innovation because of the economy, and the culture in Greece is not too strong, but the educational level are very high and very good. Our plan is to split the TIMS projects as many companies as possible and explain them about the ISO 56000 in order to start implementing it. So thank you that you are here. And Theodora, do you want to say something?
Hi, I am Theodora Dinu. I am with Anthi from Sigma Business Network. Regarding my experience, I think this project, TIMS project, was one of the most difficult projects that I had ever been part of, especially regarding the thematic, its thematic, regarding innovation. Innovation is quite difficult idea to implement, to understand, and to strategic plan it. But we will do our best as a team, as a TIMS team, in order to spread it and to communicate the idea of innovation through all Greece country. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olaolu Odele from Nigeria, representing Delores Mundo, and here's my colleague. Introduce yourself, please.
Dr. Tunde Salau, working with Ola on the TIMS project for Delores Mundo, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So for the fact, Delores Mundo, Nigeria is the only African organization from Africa represented in this project. And I want to use this opportunity to appreciate Latvian Society for Quality Management and the European Union Commission for giving us an opportunity to be part of this great project, transferring transformation, innovation to Africa, to Nigeria. Also, I would like to appreciate the coordinator in person of Mikus. Thank you very much for coordinating us, and I would like to appreciate Vanda and Adela for the support as well. It's really great to be here today, and I want to say that this project has been something great for us in Nigeria. We have worked closely with 13 organizations presently, and Tonarites Limited is one of them. Innovation management systems fosters culture, makes you sustainable in the fast changing market trends, and also makes you perform this continuous improvement. And in this project, we worked on the ISO 56007, which is the tools and methods for idea management and opportunity. And I have to tell you that it's one of the bedrock of innovation management systems. We've been on this project for about 2.5 years now, and it's been a learning phase full of the challenges. But here we are today with an excellent result that is going to bring about history in the innovation sector. And I'm looking forward to partner with more organizations. And I would also like to thank all the partners on this project for unity, for cooperation, and for support. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. Yeah, shortly, I would like to bring on board Tonarites, because we developed an assessment tool, which is the TIMS assessment tool that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the TIMS assessment tool was developed in this project, and it was first tested in Nigeria with Tonarites Limited. They're one of the foremost veterinary organization in Nigeria. So I would like to bring on board Dr. Lawal. He's the CEO of Tonarites Limited, and Mrs. Anne Obiagbulu. Yes. Ngozi and Obiagbulu. This tool, assessment tool, would be showcased during this conference. It helps you to, diagnose yourself as an organization, to see where you need improvement. It's as the self-assessment and the quotient assessment. So we conducted the quotient assessment with Tonarites, and I would like them to share their experience on the TIMS assessment tool. Okay. 1 minute. Dr. Lawal, please, can you come on board to introduce the organization to the right, after which Mrs. Anne shares her experience. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure joining this important conference as a panelist. I was hoping I would just be a standby participant. But now that I have a privilege of being part of the conference as a panelist, I'd like to say a big thank you to the organizers. By way of introduction, my names are Dr. Babatunde Lawal. I am the founder and chief executive of Turner Wright Limited, having been established way back January 1997. We have been in this business for over 27 years now. Our corporate objectives are to engage in the manufacture, production, and marketing of all kinds of animal health and animal nutrition products. We also registered to be a manufacturer representative for animal health, animal nutrition products, as well as biologicals and products of biosecurity. We have our core missions and vision. Our vision is to be a leader in animal health and allied fields by providing high-quality products and services, innovatively meeting the needs of our market and positively impacting our economy. And as a mission, we exist to ensure the achievement of global food security by promoting products that support time-tested practices and providing innovative solutions in animal health and allied fields. So you can see we live, we breathe, and we sleep animal health. Our core values are values of corporate governance, responsibility, proficiency in whatever we do, quality and novelty, and of course, loyalty. So from what I have enumerated, you will see that we are into animal health products, products that advance the care of animals in terms of healthy living. We provide for animal nutrition products as well, and of course, biosecurity. And like we all know, they say we tend to meet the requirements of the industry. Our industry is a fast developing one, and it is one that is highly regulated. And for that reason, quality assurance occupies a very important place in what we do. And at this juncture, I would like to invite Anne Obiobelu to talk more about this area of our operation. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this important meeting. And over to you, please.
Please switch on the microphone. We can't hear you.
Okay. Good day, everyone.
Okay, thank
My
you.
name is Anne Obiobolu. I am the Quality Assurance Manager of Turner Wright Limited. I want to appreciate the coordinator and the members of the team, that's the Training in Innovation Management System. I'm here to talk about Turner Wright experience with the TIMS assessment. Sometime last year, we had a team that visited us in persons of Mr. Olaolu and Mr. Tunde Salau. During the assessment program, a lot of questions were asked, of which we provided most of the answers. Although we have existing quality management system here in Turner Wright, but the assessment conducted by the TIMS representatives helped us a lot in improving in certain areas, especially in the area of research and development. We are actually in the business of developing some new products. So when this team of representatives of the training in innovation management system came in existence in Turner Rights Limited, we were happy to welcome them because we know it's going to be useful, especially in certain areas like innovation and development of new products. So during this assessment, we were able to interact with the team and discussed about the ISO, different sections of it, the international standard organizations. We talked about the 56,000, the innovation management, and then so on. So it has helped us to improve in certain areas, apart from the areas of research and development, in our ability to adopt innovation processes. And it has helped us also to understand some of our strengths and weaknesses and how to improve on these areas. It's a good thing that we have this team on ground, and they have picked us as one of the companies in Nigeria that will benefit in this program. It has helped us improve in our ability to take care of some uncertainties. With these ideas of learning, we can choose the areas that we need to improve on. When I talk about this, I mean the strategies for improvement. This could be adopted here in Turner Rights Limited. Part of the experience learned is that we need to create time to discuss on these assessments and ways on improving our systems here in Turner Rights. As we carry out our research processes on our products, we discussed at length concerning the different stages that we need to work on and improve on. For instance, we talked about our documentation processes, how to effectively document our processes, our activities in the department. We also talked about the development in the areas of trying to improve on the aspect of like stability studies of products. So all this period that we had the assessment, and then thereafter, we have been able to implement some of these things that we have learned in our system here. And good enough, about 2 months ago, some of our teams, some of our members here attended the workshop that was organized here in Nigeria. And we also gained a lot from this. We are very grateful to the coordinators and the members of this team, because we know that as we move on with the whole trainings and networking processes, that will have a lot of things to benefit from the teams. And also we'll have a lot of areas that we are going to improve on. So I really appreciate you all, and for also choosing Turner Rights Limited as one of the companies that will benefit to a large extent in this program. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We hope to see more of you also in Nigeria for more trainings, and also the areas that we need to improve on, we'll have to do that. Thank you very much. We're still on in the program. I know that we still have a lot of things to learn from it. Thank you, one, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. What would you say was the biggest challenges during this assessment for your organization? Because of course there are sometimes some things are going smoothly and sometimes something is not so easy to go through. What was the biggest obstacle for you?
Okay, like there are some questions that were asked that we do not have access to the materials for such for responses to the questions. For example, we have need for procuring an equipment HPLC, and there's need actually to get some of our equipment available to do some of our analysis. So those questions, there are a few questions that I couldn't answer because of non-availability of certain things. But the areas where we really appreciated and gained so much on the areas where the questions that were asked were related to the activities we carry out here in Tonerite Limited, and we're able to interact and explain what activities we carry out here.
Thank you. Something else? Or actually, I would like to ask, does Tofal Jakub hears us? Because we can't let you in as we don't see your name and surname in the list. Maybe you have logged in with some other name. Well, it's a little hard to do otherwise. So please check your name, and we are actually waiting for you. But thanks then Nigerian partners and Turner Wright company. So it's a really nice experience for the project also, the testing and on quite big scale, I would say. So thank you once more.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, we don't see him anyway at the moment. Okay, maybe then we can look for the next speaker already, because I've noticed that she was also not on the, that's Highland Yarn from USA. She's on the list.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello. As we couldn't find Stolpa Jakub in the list and he is not responding, maybe I'm giving floor to you already. You are also very involved into ISO 56000 standard development, and it would be really interesting to hear the experience from USA and that area, because now we've talked mainly about Europe and Africa. So please, I'm giving the floor to you and we are ready to listen to you. Thanks.
Okay, great. I'm just going to have some slides to present. So I'm going to share my screen.
It's yes.
So do you see my screen now?
Yes, we see.
Okay, I'll just move into presentation view. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm delighted to be with you here today, and I am actually representing, I would say, North America, because my home country is Canada. And I have been working in a Canadian capacity in terms of drafting various standards, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. I'm also, as with Bruno, the two of us were on the ISPIM board for a number of years. We just dropped off of that in the last year. We are now ISPIM fellows. There's a lot of work that's going on within an ISPIM capacity. So I'm going to also start there with what we've been doing in terms of focusing on what we call the Innovation Body of Knowledge SIG, or Special Interest Group. Then I'll move into a little bit about why the standards for innovation management, and then I'll update on what's going on within what we call the Technical Committee 279, the ISO 56000 series, which is related to innovation management. And then I'll wrap up with some critical success factors and then some time for Q&A. So I don't know, I think many of you do know ISPIM, and of course, Bruno just did his presentation a few hours ago. But the idea here is that ISPIM is the oldest and largest global innovation network with 4,000 members and from 100 countries. And so we asked ourselves a number of years ago, what should we be doing about creating, or at least starting to put in place, the steps to build an innovation body of knowledge? And we felt that ISPIM was one of the organizations that was in the best place to do so, given its global footprint and its membership. And so within ISPIM, there are actually 12 innovation-themed special interest groups, and the Innovation Body of Knowledge being one of them. And the purpose of our innovation body of knowledge is really to support innovation management professionals in all types of organizations. So for profit, not for profit, from small to very large enterprises, government, etc. And we are working with the contributions from the ISPIM community to be able to make this happen. And we're also very active and have been very active for the last 5 years in working on the ISO Innovation Management System and some of the supporting standards that are a part of that. So we've been busy focusing on building a lasting body of knowledge now for some time. And we did publish a book that came out, and it was really based on capturing what was going on from a systems approach, or from companies that were already following what we call the ISO 56002 standard, which is the innovation management system standard, but it's the guidance one. And I'll get into a little bit more about the differentiation in a few minutes. So the journey has begun. We had 16 case studies that we captured in that particular book, and we did a lot to preface it around the research that's been going on in the field and what the standard is really all about. And then we also did our own analysis to come up with some findings about what does this mean for innovation management? What does it mean for the future of innovation management? And as you can see, the cases did come from across a global footprint. So we had a pretty good representation. The only thing that we were missing at the time was the smaller organizations, so more the SMEs. And we are now continuing on case studies with other companies, and we're still looking for companies that are now using the standard, the 56002 one, to continue to write cases and to obviously learn more. So within ISPIM and the body of knowledge, we just recently, within the beginning of the year, we reorganized into 4 work streams. So the first work stream is the regular ISPIM conference sessions that we facilitate, where we bring together the research and the practice for sharing what's going on within the innovation management system and within the innovation ISO standards world. That had been going on since 2018, and that was really our primary focus. In 24, we actually added 3 new work streams. One is around the ISO competency framework, and it obviously is set up for innovation management. And we will be, through ISPIM, participating as a liaison. ISPIM has been a liaison to ISO, to the TC 279 committee for a number of years. It hasn't been as active as we would like it to be, but now we're going to be becoming far more active in that ISPIM capacity. And this particular competency framework went out for ballot, and it has been approved to move forward, to be drafted as a standard. The only question right now is continuing or completing the balloting process for the convener, but Charlie Tuxworth is the only name that has been put forward, so it's really more of a formality for Charlie to move forward with this. Then the third work stream is building this global body of knowledge, and what would be ISPIM's role related to that. We did go forward and make an Erasmus Plus application. We're awaiting the outcome, as I expect some others might be on the call. And that has also been tied in the IMBOK, or the Innovation Management Body of Knowledge, with TIMS. And we've been coordinating when we were all preparing our Erasmus funding proposals. And so the idea is to be able to work with our own respective members, with the ISO experts and other European organizations as time moves on in terms of focusing on building this body of knowledge. And the ISPIM role will be more around the context and the process, so focusing from that perspective. The umbrella for the global strategy, the setup, the content management, and so forth. And through the Innovation Skills Alliance, and other obviously organizations, that would be much more the content focus and how to bring the content into the body of knowledge, how to be a vehicle for the implementation of programs, training, etc. So there's still a lot more to come, but we are working on those particular areas. And right now, personal certification is on hold, but it is a potential objective for ISPIM to get into the personal certification business. But it really will be dependent on the outcomes of the second, and third areas. And clearly, we need an innovation competency framework also to build a body of knowledge. So many of these are very related. And you can see that the innovation body of knowledge is there with my colleagues from Sweden and also a colleague from Finland. We essentially represent the leadership team for the body of knowledge. So what's up next from an ISPIM community perspective? It's really to get the community more involved and answering some strategic questions. So first, around the competency framework, we expect the development to start in 24. And there's also coordination going on, not just from an ISO, but also at the CEN level. And the big question that we will be looking to answer is, how should ISPIM contribute and who should participate? And we do have an ISPIM conference coming up in Tallinn in June, where we are running a series of sessions within the Innovation Body of Knowledge track, and we will be looking to answer some of these questions. The second question is, should ISPIM take the initiative to actually curate a body of knowledge, similar to what has been done for the project management body of knowledge? And then who would do this and how? And that largely depends on what happens with the Erasmus Plus funding in terms of how quickly we can move. We definitely are considering it, but we need more resources and we need more funding as a result to be able to accelerate that process. And then finally, should ISPIM contribute to the development of certification offerings and how? And that will be the next up. And I think we'll probably start looking into that later this year. So just kind of now moving into the standards world and talking about the importance of this. I don't know about many of you, because I know a lot of you have had experience with the standards in different capacities, but we're still hearing out in the market, why would you bring standardization to innovation? What does this really mean for the innovation world? And I think one of the areas that's really missing is people don't understand what the innovation management system or even what the innovation management standards are all about. And clearly, the focus is really around creating the innovation capability to innovate, and also to bring value to not only sort of economic issues, but also to the development of society. And in order to be able to do that, we do need to take a systems approach, because we need to look across a variety of areas, including ecosystems, and being able to bring in the right partners, and how do we collaborate with them, and how do we get the funders involved, and how do we deal with uncertainty, which is a very important part of bringing in an innovation management system and building an innovation portfolio of options, because we know that in the early days of any innovation, there's a lot of uncertainty. So we need to be basically placing bets and looking at options. And of course, fundamental to this is being able to engage and empower people in the organization. And, quite frankly, not everyone is suited for being in innovation roles. So we also need to match the people with what is required. We need to match the processes with what is required, and so forth. And so, really what we're looking at here is, how do we bring together all the interrelated elements that make up the system so that we can connect it in a way that we can innovate more effectively and efficiently. So the benefits that we've been putting forward for 56001 at the present time is really trying to get people to see the value of a common framework and approach for collaboration. We actually, on our innovation group side of things, we work with companies. In fact, we're working with a German company right now where we're doing an innovation assessment, and we're looking at what do they need to do in order to prepare for ISO 56001 and for the certification that comes with 56001. So as I mentioned earlier, ISO 56002 has been out since 2019, but it's a guidance standard. And what we're bringing out this year will be ISO 56001, which is the requirement standard in which an organization and people would actually be certified. So we're looking at the various benefits and having conversations, yet even in this German company, they really at this point are questioning the need for, why do we even need a management system? What value is it going to bring to us? And an innovation management system, this value increases as you increase the uncertainty that you're working in, or the conditions of uncertainty that you're actually working within. And so for an organization or a business unit in a large organization that is focused much more on continuous improvement and optimization, it's very difficult to see the value of, why do I need to do a systems approach, because what I'm doing now is working for me. Then when you move into more incremental innovation, you start to see that there are some benefits of connecting the elements of the system, which are shown on the right-hand side, related to context and leadership and planning and support and operations and so forth. Yet it still doesn't accrue the same value as when you move up the continuum of uncertainty and move into much higher levels of innovation. And so in this particular organization, the business unit that is focused on much more transformational innovation would actually see greater value from the innovation management system than the business unit that is much more focused on continuous improvement and optimization. So there are different stories to tell based on the organizations and whom we're working with in order for the value proposition to be compelling. But on the other hand, it can help even with maximizing the resource utilization and accruing greater value from innovation investments when companies start to bring their innovation efforts together. Because right now, a lot of these innovation initiatives are done independently, and they're not brought together in a systems way where you can bring in the effectiveness and efficiency, as I mentioned earlier. And the other part is being able to support different types of innovation, different types of uncertainty, different types of risk, and so forth. And then the other part is that in the early days, or in the front end of innovation, we focus on reducing uncertainty. So it actually helps us to increase the speed of learning and the likelihood of innovation success, because we pursue through uncertainty reduction, finding the opportunities that are most promising, and then we move forward with them, rather than taking on a host of opportunities and then finding out that they had a lot of uncertainty that we did not see, and they only become therefore problems within a phase gate or stage-gated process that is not designed for uncertainty reduction. So the common framework and language are in the hot topic number one is how do we mature the profession, and the hot topic number two is what do international standards mean? And we, you know, and we're probably biased because we've been working at this for a long time. I've been involved in designing innovation management systems for over 2 decades, been involved in the innovation management world for about 30 years. But we really think that the standard is, and the way we're approaching it by helping to mature the profession, is going to change the game for innovation management. And what we're seeing is that what happened for project management and what happened for quality management and what also happened for a number of other professions is that when the standard for certification was actually introduced, that is when these particular professions took off. And we're starting to see that this could be also the case for the innovation management profession. We do think it is at a tipping point. We're getting a lot of interest in government capacities, in organizations, in companies that want to provide services and so forth around the standard and how can they get involved, what can they do, and so forth. And within Europe, we're seeing much more discussions about at the government level, should funding be tied to the innovation management system certification standard. In Asia, it's much more around policy and how our policy is going to be shaped based on this. And in North America, quite frankly, right now, it's pretty diffuse. There's not as much of a focus on the standard. There are pockets that are looking into it. There are organizations that are getting involved, but there's no real overall focus that we can see yet that will actually provide an accelerator or a catalyst for helping to mature the profession. So I think there's going to be a little bit more work that we're going to need to do on this side of the Atlantic to raise the awareness and get the right kinds of bodies involved. So we're at a point now where we're bringing in a systematic and systems approach for the profession, and we think that that is going to be the solution for how it is going to mature. So on the international standard side, I mentioned ISO 56002 already, and that is the guidance standard that came out in 2019. But there's also another very important standard called ISO 56000, which is where the terminology and the innovation management principles play. And that is really a part of building the common language and being able to have the common principles that we need to be able to move forward. And in developing these standards, over 50 countries have been involved. International organizations, very strong in terms of their focus on innovation management, including ISPIM, obviously, as you've heard, and also UNIDO. And so there's a lot of also discussion going on in a UN capacity with different organizations about how to bring standards into that world as well. So from a common language point of view, I mentioned earlier that organizations or companies are skeptical about bringing standardization to innovation. And we're not trying to standardize innovation. Innovation is the outcome. So basically, we use an innovation management process to bring innovations and deploy them in their context, whether it be in a market or a mission context, whatever it might be. It could be for profit, not for profit. It's just about how do we realize the value in the end. The innovation management system is the elements that we bring together to actually connect what we need to do to be able to enable the innovations to be successful. So we need to parse out in our conversations the difference between an innovation as an outcome, innovation management as the process or the operations part within the actual standard, and then innovation as the overall management system that is the enabler to make all of this successful. And there's also a couple other areas where the language gets confused. And one is around inventions and patents. Some companies think an invention is an innovation. It's not. It's great. They're great starting points, but they're not innovations in of themselves. We also hear a lot about technology and innovation being used interchangeably, and obviously technology is an enabler, but it is not also an innovation. And then one that's near and dear to my heart is the disruptive innovation versus breakthrough innovation, or even transformational innovation, because that seems to be more in use today. But within the standard, we're using radical and breakthrough innovation. And disruptive innovation is actually comes from Clayton Christensen. It's about addressing sort of the less demanding needs in the market, and then eventually disrupting the incumbents. So disruptive innovation is actually being misused, and I actually worked on a task force to help to clarify what disruptive innovation is, and that how it is not the same as breakthrough innovation. So the standards world is helping us to really adopt and clarify what is the language for innovation. So that is one of the key areas that we believe is going to help with maturing the profession. The other area is the common framework and the principles, and I'm not going to go into these in the interest of time, but just to let you know that the elements are the clauses that are part of the standard, and we're expecting that ISO 56001 will be published in September of this year. It's in its final phases, so the final development phase before actually being published. So we have a few months before that happens. It's in its editorial phase in sort of the plain lingo, not the ISO world. And then the innovation management principles, there are 8 of them. And I have mentioned one of them, which is around managing uncertainty, which has become a very important cornerstone for the innovation management system itself. And it is under revision this year, and it will be coming out possibly this year, maybe next year, depending on the timeline, where there will be updates to the innovation management areas. And this focus for the revision is not on the principles themselves, but it's much more around updating the terminology and so forth. So there's also supporting standards. So there's quite a family now, or quite a series of standards that have been developed. And just this is more just to let everyone know what is really going on in what is called Working Group 3, which is the tools and methods to support the innovation management system standard that is developed in Working Group 1. And one of the areas that has become very important, and I did work on this standard in addition to 56,002 and 56,001 and 56,000, is about the ability to manage opportunities and ideas. And we've brought in the concept of basically, how do you navigate uncertainty? How do you deal with what you don't know yet, which is more possibility driven? And how do you deal with, contrasting that with risk, which is what we know and is more probability driven. So this is one of the key standards for dealing with the variation on uncertainty and risk, and also opportunities and ideas. And then in addition, 56,008 was just published within the last month. And it actually lays out how to measure innovation, and measure innovation in terms of inputs, throughputs, outputs at the portfolio level, at the initiative level, and so forth. So these are 2 very important standards to support the innovation management system. Now, not to suggest that the rest of the standards are not important, but they don't as much focus on the flow within some of the clauses within the standard. They're more topic-based. So they're more about, how do you deal with strategic intelligence? So what kind of guidance do we have for that? Or how do you do intellectual property management? What is the guidance for that, and so forth? But it's not as tied in as much to the actual clauses that you would see. And the managing opportunities and ideas is actually part of the operations clause, which is clause 8. So ultimately, from an ISO world perspective, there is a harmonized structure that is in place for all requirements standards, and it's there to be able to help on an enterprise-wide level to integrate the management system. So the idea would be that innovation would also be integrated in with, for example, quality and environment, and maybe some other standards over time. Now, there's a challenge with this. We kind of have two worlds going on within the innovation management standard drafting. We have the innovation management experts like myself and many others that see innovation from the perspective that it is different. There are different what we call domain-specific definitions, practices, and so forth that need to be taken into account. And then we have sort of the other side of the equation of people involved in drafting the standard that come more from how do we do things in the ISO world and how do we make sure that it can be integrated with other standards, and they have more experience with the quality standard, for example. So we're walking like a fine line, and we're balancing out what is specific for innovation, because for those of you that have worked in any company, as I have, the dominant culture is operational excellence, which is really supported through quality. And if we don't make sure that the innovation culture can coexist alongside the quality one, or even some of the other ones, then innovation will be sub-optimized and we won't see the value from the innovation management system standards. So this is a very delicate balance. We think we've achieved it in drafting the standard. We're working to make sure that the auditors that would be actually involved in the certification process understand these differences and audit therefore in a different way. But I think the jury is still out on this, and we're going to be spending a lot of time in the coming months to make sure that we have domain-specific appreciation of the standard within the community, and especially within the auditing community. So in terms of critical success factors for building the innovative organization, we're really looking at the focus on the innovation strategy, having a clear innovation strategy. What constitutes the measures of success? What are the people and the processes that we need to have in place to be successful? And what kind of organizational setup do we need? Now, I wanted to bring this forward because the standard addresses all of these. Innovation strategy for ISO 56001 was a big topic. We spent a lot of time making sure that an innovation strategy was defined as different from the current strategy in the organization. We also ensured that there are different measures that are acknowledged for how you deal with innovation performance. And then, of course, there's the supporting standard 56008 for that. We also are focused on how do you support this and what are the support issues around it, which get to the people part. And then there's a whole operations clause around the processes that are required to be able to deal with the systematic and adaptable way that we need to deal with different types of innovation, the structures that come along with that, the time horizons, the levels of uncertainty, and so forth. And probably one of the most important questions that we get asked, and the answer is that if we don't have the support of top management or the sponsorship of top management, yes, you can start from a bottom-up point of view, but ultimately, in the end, this is a strategic decision that an organization makes to bring forward an innovation management system, and it requires the support of top management. And I was just asked this question a couple weeks ago about getting involved in more long-term innovation, and essentially, what do we do? Because if we want to seek a mandate, and the mandate from top management is not positive. And my answer was, don't even bother starting, because you're going to set yourself up for failure from the very beginning. So we really need to get the top management committed and involved in understanding the value of the system and how this is not just about putting a process in place. It's really about building a capability for innovation for the future. And a lot of the top management people come more from the operational side of things. So they understand why you would want to build up engineering expertise, or why you would want to build up marketing expertise, or sales expertise, or technology expertise. But they really miss out on the idea that innovation management is also a profession, and it's also an area where you need to build the capability for. So in the end, it comes down to mindset, it comes down to language, it comes down to having the right people in the right roles and giving them the opportunity to network and train. and then work within a system that hopefully enables innovation and doesn't actually impede it or curtail it from being successful. So it's not about innovation on its own. It's about being in an innovative organization that actually has the foresight and the agility to be able to anticipate possible future scenarios and remain anchored in the core business, because that's the foundation for tomorrow. So I'm sure many of you have heard the idea of the ambidextrous organization. Well, we really need an ambidextrous organization, and that is really what the innovation management system and all of the supporting standards are about. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'll move into Q&A.
Okay, thank you. It was really interesting, and I'll have the first question actually. You also mentioned that this 56,000 standard series have evolved, expanded in recent times. Of course, the big news will be this one for certification purposes, but I would like to hear your personal opinion. What would be the biggest other impacts on organizations that are emerging right now? That's maybe not in the standards already written down, but as we all know, that they are still in development. There are changes, updates. What's your opinion about the changes and updates that may have the biggest impact, except for certification standard?
Okay, so I think first that for newly formed organizations, which is the words that we've used in the ISO standard, and really trying to cover areas of startups, the standard is probably not going to be relevant for them until they get a little bit bigger, until they grow. They're certainly, can look at some of the principles that are included in it, but for a startup to go and use a standard early on, that would probably not be required. It would probably not be necessary given its maturity level. Other organizations from the sort of the SME that have been around for a while, and the organizations that are much larger, or that have very strong ecosystems, innovation ecosystems, and so forth, the value for them will be actually starting to adopt different, could be the supporting standards that might be topic-based, which would be relevant for them, or to actually look at what the innovation management system standard would mean. To your question, there are not a lot of organizations that are using the standards today. Even the ones that are already out there, they're starting to happen. They're starting to be used. In Japan, for example, they formed an innovation management system network that involves the North America and Europe. And there are a number of organizations that now are sharing what they are doing and starting to build the best practices. But in the standards world, as it pertains to innovation management, we're still in the early days of building the market, getting the momentum, and so forth. So organizations that are interested in standards should figure out what is most relevant for them. And it could be, I just need to know how to manage opportunities and ideas. So I'll focus on that standard for now. I'm really not ready to look at a comprehensive innovation management system. Others could say, okay, I've been doing that, but I don't know where to go to next. So maybe I should start looking at the innovation management system and seeing what parts of it I already have in place, and what parts do I need to develop, and what can I do to go about filling those kinds of gaps. So the journey is going to be very different depending on the organizations. And that's our focus now, is to really do the promotion that is required, so that people are aware of the standards for innovation management that exist, are aware that we're bringing out a certification standard. And then we're going to need to work with a number of organizations, as I mentioned earlier, on a policy level, funding, and so forth, so that we can put some catalysts in the market to encourage companies to actually go forward and use the standards. Now, some of the standards organizations, like the British Standards Institute, are actually contemplating including funding through Innovate UK that would be a part of being certified. They haven't decided if they're going to do that but that is some of the considerations. So we're really in the market building, market development stage, and for various organizations, it's got to be up to them to figure out what could be their most pressing need in terms of where innovation is not working for them or where it is working for them and how they would like to improve it.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions?
Thank you very much. We have two questions. And the first one is, what are the specific characteristics or borders that determine whether a development can be categorized as an innovation?
Okay, so innovation is defined as something that is a new entity that leads to value. There's a continuum that we need to consider when it comes to innovation. And if you look at development and you look at, say, anyone who's familiar with phase gates or stage gate, that's more the world of incremental innovation. It is an innovation, but it's not something that's going to actually change the game. So an innovation is actually defined on a spectrum from something that might change some features, might look at improving a product or improving a service in a significant way that already exists, through to something that could be brand new and has never been introduced in the market that would be considered more transformational, or never done in a mission context, which would also be more transformational. And then there's also a whole area in the middle that would be adjacent to what is going on in the core business. That would also be an innovation, but it would be something that would stretch the organization. So when we have tools that we use to look at if this is an innovation, first of all, and normally it has to be focused on doing something new, and it doesn't have to be significant, but at least it needs to be something new, like a new feature or whatever. But the other part that helps in defining the innovation is the level of uncertainty that we're dealing with. And the level of uncertainty helps to define if this is an incremental innovation, if this is an adjacent innovation, or if this is a transformational innovation. And these innovations can be product, services, business models. They can be processes.
Sound somewhere lost? We don't hear you anymore.
Do you hear me now?
It's fine. Yes, now it's fine.
Okay, good, because I didn't touch anything. So when did you lose me?
Some few sentences only.
Okay, so just to go back and sort of maybe wrap this up, for defining an innovation, uncertainty plays a major role to determine the type of innovation. But the innovation can be a product, it can be a service, it can be a process, it can be organizational design, it can be related to business models, it can be related to a new mission context. It can be a lot of different things. And so that's why the uncertainty part becomes important, because we're looking for value, we're looking for something that is new, but we also want to know how much uncertainty we're dealing with. And not just in technical areas, but also in market or mission areas, and also in resource and organization areas. And by the way, it's through the RPI, the Rensselaer Polytechnic Innovation Research, that went on for about 20 years, we found that what gets in the way of success in organizations are not dealing with the technical and the market or mission uncertainties. It's really related to the resource and organization ones, where there's a lack of clarity about the strategic context, or we don't have the right resources, or we don't have enough resources, or we don't have the right partners, or we don't know how to form partnerships. Those are the kinds of things that are actually what get in the way of success of an innovation. So an innovation can take many forms, and uncertainty really helps to sort out what type of innovation we're dealing with and how best to address it.
Thank you. Then there is one more question.
What would be the motivators and actions to be taken to encourage companies to implement these standards?
That's a good question, because that's what we're asking ourselves right now. I'm also part of the ISO advisory committee on communications and engagement. And we're putting together some of the messages that we think will be important. And I think, as I mentioned in the presentation, the ability to get everybody on the same page as it pertains to innovation is hypercritical. Because when we walk into a room and we start to discuss the topic of innovation, everybody has a different understanding of what it is. So we really believe that the language is important as the starting point to be able to frame the conversations in a meaningful way. And we have seen that this is bringing great value to organizations just by clarifying what innovation is all about. It's essentially demystifying the idea of innovation and grounding it in the reality of what it is. And then the other is the more of a systems approach companies can take, and the more that they can see how to connect all of this, it creates the foundation then for better collaboration. It creates the foundation then to be able to learn more quickly. It provides the foundation for being able to be more efficient and more effective in innovation. And that is the that's the common framework that comes into the question. And we've seen in hospitals, like the cases I mentioned, all of those cases took a systems approach. And we found that once they started to have the language and once they started to have the framework, then they could actually put in place a capability that supported innovation and get the people that were questioning the value of even bringing a standard to innovation to understand and see why it is so valuable. So, so I think we've got to start with the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are really around the language, the framework, and then the principles that are really guiding us through this. And then once people see that, that then helps them to understand why they need to spend more time in building out the system, and maybe also refining how they go about developing an innovation strategy, or even starting an innovation strategy, because a lot of companies don't have one. How to differentiate the processes between what would be more phase gate, stage gate oriented, and what would be more around discovery, incubation, and acceleration, which is really designed for uncertainty and so forth. So I guess the key messages are the language, the framework, and the principles as the starting points. And then what we can do is we also need to get out to various influencers in the market and also bring forward those kinds of messages so that we can help to sort of pull through demand and create the demand in the process.
Okay, thank you. Richard wants to say something.
Hello, Joanne. Nice
Hello.
to see you again. Yeah, he said I have to walk there that you can see me. But can you participate in the panel discussion still? Because I did not warn you, but it will take another half an hour from Jakob to present, and you could probably join our panel. Is that possible?
Sure, I'd be delighted to.
Okay, thank you. One last question, just as a connecting point. You know, we work together in this automotive blueprint to define this innovation agent. And what do you think about the idea what we have in automotive, that we package the knowledge to an innovation agent that we place in the automotive industry with the skills of the norm as a kind of transformation agent? Maybe some words about that, please.
Yeah, sure. I think we're all trying to bring together the different pieces of the puzzle to make, like as I mentioned earlier, the innovation management profession more effective and more mature. And the Innovation Agent Program is really fundamental to that, to bring the innovation agents into the automotive industry, sort of as the brain for furthering innovation. Is really critical. And it's not just critical for the automotive industry. And I know, Richard, as we've discussed previously, it's also important for many other industries. And so we see that there, the content that's being developed for that, and the profiles and the competencies that you've put into the design will also not only be important for bringing in the more the innovation management system and the systems approach, but also providing the content that is very critical for the innovation body of knowledge as well. So, as we've talked about through our various conversations and communications through email, we're really counting on the innovation agent and a lot of other things that are going on within TIMS to be very important to helping us to also build the body of knowledge and influence at the same time industry about the importance of the innovation management profession. So so from my point of view, that's how I see us all connected, is that we've all got the different elements or the parts of the puzzle, and now the innovation body of knowledge would be the way for us to be able to bring it all together on a global level, because I know you've also started your own innovation body of knowledge within TIMS as well.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Then we will meet after Stofa Jakub again. Successfully, we got him back on the panel, so we will give him the name right now. He's
Thank you, everyone.
Bye. From Automotive Skills Alliance and Innovation Agent Task Force in Europe will be the topic he will speak. So it's really about the automotive industry and Erasmus Pact Plus Pact for Skills partner in this automotive sector. So please.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me, because I had some interruption when you were introducing me, but as I was changing to panelists, but
it's fine. We hear you.
Okay,
and we
great.
See you.
Okay, great. That's great. Yeah, yeah. Firstly, sorry for misunderstanding of timing, because I had it in my calendar from 2 p.m. and it's actually 1 p.m. in the Central Europe time. But happy to be here, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. And my name is Jakub Stolfa. I'm the president of the Automotive Skills Alliance, which is the for skills partnership in the automotive sector for horizontal collaboration on the skills agenda, and including, of course, the innovation. And let me try to share my screen with the slides if possible. And in the meantime, how much time do I have to bother you with my presentation?
Well, I think the original plan, Jakob, was about half an hour. Was it half an hour?
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I can quickly present the ASA and the perspective, and then I'm of course very happy to have a discussion about particular details and the possibilities. So, as said, the automotive sector, and we represent the automotive mobility ecosystem, and of course the horizontal collaboration on the skills agenda there. And while looking at that, and I believe all of you know that automotive mobility is ongoing through the rapid transformation. But what is, for instance, seen quite a lot is that it's technological transformation. So we are speaking about connected vehicles, autonomous driving, applied artificial intelligence, which is a big trend nowadays, and cybersecurity topics, and all the then if you go to the production, advanced manufacturing, or and so on and so on, yeah, and cloud solutions. Then, of course, there are also many other ongoing trends that influence the sector as such, and it's of course its value chain vulnerability, and also geopolitical impact to this, and as we see in the last years, and from the globalization going to localization. And then, of course, the part of that is also the green transformation and the need of course, firstly, use of the green energy or sustainable energy, and rise of circular economy together with that, and of course, to support the climate change goals. And then, while looking at all of that, and of course, support it from the economic and business perspective, all about is the social change, is a change of the paradigm, is a change of the approach of the, not just the education and training. It's a big need, of course, for the innovation. It's a big need for faster change and adaptation. And that means we need also the educational system that supports this innovations and rapid developments. And we are talking about the change of the education and training as such at the formal educational system, but also in the lifelong learning activities. And we need a faster update of the curricula. We need a new and effective delivery of the training courses, because that's one of the big topics, because we might be, of course, having a lot of courses, but their effectiveness and the delivery might be lower. And then we might be speaking also about the overall approach to the education and training as such, and basically this need of the changing paradigm for the people, that they need to upskill, reskill within their all life course. So it means that it's not enough just to study in the secondary or tertiary school, but you have a big need for your overall upskilling, reskilling throughout your lifetime, and to move you further. So there is a lot of challenges that we are facing, and that's why we have established the Automotive Skills Alliance, which is the large-scale Pack4 skills partnership in the automotive mobility ecosystem, to horizontally collaborate on that, and to be the one partnership in the ecosystem for the automotive mobility. And you can see on the right side that there are certain industrial ecosystems that were basically drafted like that by the Commission in the Industrial Strategy, by the European Commission in the Industrial Strategy. It's the tourism, it's the textiles, retail, it's others. But then there is mobility, transport, automotive, which, and now of course we are speaking globally, but speaking about the European Union, for instance, the automotive is 7% of GDP and employs around 15 million people directly and indirectly. And as well as the automotive is the biggest private investor into the R&D. It has almost 1/3 of the private investments to the R&D, but the second one, as a pharmaceutical, is around 11 or 12%. So the automotive is very important industry for Europe, and that's why we were very happy that our alliance was officially launched as in the first waves of the Pack4 skills, this horizontal collaboration in Europe, in November 2020. And then we have become also the legal entity, as you can see, based in Brussels in January 2022, where we were officially established by the Car Manufacturers Association in Europe, ASEA, Suppliers Association, CLEPA, and also ETRMA and SECRA, which are tire and rubber industry, and repair and maintenance. And up to now, we have more than 110 members, but horizontally representing businesses, so industry. So it means industry irrespective of size, from the big OEMs, from the big large enterprises to the smallest SMEs. We have also educational training providers on board, so to really discuss and speak these educational topics and what are the needs for the education training providers. And we have, again, formal education system or semi and or informal, so any kind of levels, if it's tertiary and secondary. We have also social partners on board, because that's also, it's a social change, it's the change, and social partners means trade unions, and there is a need to support the people in their transformation. There is a need that also the people understand that and have and feel the support for this transformation. Yeah, and it's a bigger topic. We can speak about it and then in the panel. Yeah, and then of course also public authorities. In Europe we have the regions on board. So regions are basically those that are, for instance, in the certain member states, the ones that are focusing on and maintaining and operating the secondary educational system. So that's why also that's our direct touch and influence of the educational system as such. You can see a couple of logos of our members, if it's already mentioned umbrella associations or directly OEMs or suppliers. You can see also our education training providers from universities, secondary schools, or also other providers or other partners and regions and municipalities on board. So what are our objectives of the alliance? Apart, of course, of the networking and getting to know each other, it's a skills intelligence. It's that what kind of trends are here in automotive, technological and others that are influencing it, and requires the update of the job roles and skills of the people on all levels. And if it's, of course, the awareness level, or if it's also the expert level that you need expert people, for instance, for the innovation, as we have done the innovation agent community and training. And it's about also to support the education training providers to basically see and try to together create new training courses. By that also, of course, about the fundraising, because we facilitate some European funds to create the training courses, to work on the skills intelligence, to create also new collaboration models on the skills agenda as such. So we have a collaboration on the different levels, if it's European, national, or international, or regional, and using, of course, the public and funds, but taking that as a possibility to unlock also the private investment and support also with that. Education and educational challenges. And that I'm speaking a lot about automotive, as you can see, of course, as the Automotive Skills Alliance. But as I have also heard while I was listening for a while here, it's not just about the automotive. There are cross-cutting topics in the educational system, for instance, as such. It's a cross-cutting that all the different sectors that are, for instance, industrial based needs kind of technical education. And then cross-cutting is also the innovation. That's the topic of today's conference. So it's something that, of course, we are providing the link and the specificity of the automotive sector, and are very happy, of course, to connect to the body of knowledge and the overall knowledge throughout that is used throughout the different sectors and ecosystems. And then, of course, our alliance, it's a voice, one voice of the sectoral skills agenda in Europe. It's, of course, visibility, and we have also kind of tools to support the education and training and overall EU-wide collaboration. With that, we collaborate with the different topic committees, as you can see on the left side of the slide, but we also collaborate through the different projects where our members are in. And we have heard from Richard also the DRIVES project, where there was Innovation Agent MOOC developed. We had also now recently Albat's project, which was a 4-year project for focusing on the battery sector as such. So the overall value chain of the battery sector, from raw materials processing to the recycling and second use, and on all those steps, and what kind of job roles are needed there, and what kind of skills are needed there. And of course, innovation is one of the important ones there. And of course, you can see then other specific projects, and one of them is, for instance, through REMA, which is a 4-year blueprint that started in March this year, and we will be running and supporting as the coordinator this blueprint project throughout Europe, again focusing on the skills needs and training courses in the automotive sector or mobility. And of course, kind of activities, what we do, training creation, collaboration, and skills analysis, skills needs. That's what I spoke about. Just from the outside collaboration, I can just say that the ASA, as you can see, has the regions on board directly, but we have also strategic collaboration with the Automotive Regions Alliance, which is more than 44 automotive regions in Europe, which have the strong industrial background in the automotive, and are really committed to joint work on this transformation together, and with Committee of Regions Automotive Intergroup. We have also strategic partnership with Energy Skills Institute, which is the pilot and pioneering academy, European kind of academy for the battery sector. And for instance, some best practices before I will get to the innovation and what we do there, which we can discuss also further in the panel discussion. We organize, of course, the conferences. We organize also directly for to support the community and best practices sharing. We organize also battery for instance, which is the teachers on the VET level, and we target the teachers in the way to really have the multiplication effect, and so that they can share the materials, they can share the thoughts to their students. We did in the battery sector. So for instance, next week, they are going again to the battery, to the Gigafactory in Chelevcha, selected teachers around Europe. The same we had this week in the hydrogen community, hydrogen forum. You can look at our social media, but we were in Spa in Belgium and have seen the hydrogen cars, and again how this is developed and what kind of research development, what kind of innovations we need there. And then we organize also study visits with Stuttgart, Mercedes-Benz, or next month in Renault, in Grandes region that we plan, and so on and so on, to directly speak about that, what's needed in the skills agenda and what's needed to support this transformation. We have also kind of tools where we have the training courses. So it's a skills hub where is a catalog of the training courses, and we issue also micro-credentials to assure the recognition of those courses. And we have also learning platform, which is a platform where we are hosting the MOOC courses, including this innovation agent that also this TIMS community was part of, if I'm not mistaken. Generally, it's basically the movement in the automotive mobility skills agenda, and to do the concrete actions. And the concrete actions, which I'm also calling for and which we are also supporting throughout our membership, is of course the innovation and building the community around the innovation. And as I've mentioned, supporting, of course, these strategic collaborations if it's the body of knowledge, and it's of course having that on the global level and bring that to the automotive community and channel it there and back. Yeah, so very happy to have a discussion about that. I just wanted to show you what's the Automotive Skills Alliance, what we do from the wider perspective. We are the Black 4 Skills Partnership for the automotive mobility sector. So we are the one, and very happy, of course, for any kind of collaborations. And as I'm always saying, we need education, innovation to move, of course, industry further. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to be part of the discussion now.
Hello, thank you.
And I hope I was not muted.
Yes, I have one question to start the other questions also. We were talking also already earlier that the automotive industry has some specifics, like from one point of view, everyone when buying new car wants everything the latest, most modern, etc. But from the second point of view, everything should be safe. So testing and checking takes some time, and actual car has been invented a few years ago and only then went to the market. So that's a big scale, but of course in smaller companies the situation is somehow similar. So maybe you can share some experience, as innovations is in the between. They are want to generate something new, but all the time is pushed a little bit back, calm down, we have to test. How it's working in real life.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, because of course innovation is more pushed in the smaller companies and bringing the startup and new solutions with new innovative ways of, for instance, if it's I don't know, the engine driving the car, or the infotainment in the car, or the connectivity of the car, or I don't know, the new mobility solutions. Yes, that's great, and you can see, of course, the big trend that those companies are also then further supported, or even from the very beginning supported by the big companies that are already in the business and the sector. But of course, on the other hand, as you have mentioned very well, then there are if you are, of course, having the first prototypes, if you are having a small scale production, and maybe some of my colleagues would even say in this small scale production, it might be an issue. But then if you are going to big scale production, as the automotive is, you need, of course, the standardized way, you need the quality, you need to ensure that it is safe. So of course the innovation needs to work in hand with, of course, the quality standards which we have in the automotive. It's functional safety, cybersecurity, and all the others. Then of course the trustability of the AI and its work and its decisions and its generation of the products and the things that we are of course facing and doing now with new innovative solutions. Yeah, so that must go hand in hand, I would say. Yeah, but there are of course certain waves which at the beginning you might be bigger. Yeah, so I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, thank you. We have some more questions.
Yeah, we have a question here. What are the criteria to adhere to or join the Automotive Skill Alliance, and what are the benefits?
Thank you very much for the question. Firstly, I will start with the benefits, and I hope that I have partially mentioned the benefits already in the presentation. So it's of course the joint, and the main benefit is that let me tell it a little bit differently and straightforward. It's not inventing the wheel again, because there are a lot of interesting projects and initiatives that, for instance, are focusing on the new ways of education, are focusing on creation of new training courses, are focusing on the supporting of the new community that is influencing again the need for the education and training. And that's something that we can, of course, the existing ones as an umbrella organization, very happy to support their mainstreaming. Or, of course, from the community and being a part of the community, we might see that there is a need of creation of the new topic and the sub-community in the automotive as such. Yeah, so those are the bigger benefits. But of course, then it's a direct collaboration on the different projects what we have, direct collaboration in the working groups that we have, and of course with the specific focus to the automotive mobility as such, and of course being in touch with the stakeholders that we are there. How to join? It's very simple. We are a European Pact for Skills partnership. To be honest, nowadays we have mainly the European stakeholders, but we're very open, of course, to go forward and further also beyond and create this kind of worldwide collaboration on skills agenda in the automotive as such. So we have the member basically membership access on our website. I will share the website basically to the chat, or if I may, somewhere, or you have it also here probably somewhere on the slide, or you can contact me via LinkedIn. But the website is on the left bottom of the slide. And basically there is a procedure how to join, and there are of course also the possibilities of the different memberships and kind of collaborations. Thank you for the question.
I add here something, Jakob.
Yeah, please.
Richard, you know that we have the Flamenco project, and I didn't mention to the TIMS project too much the Flamenco project so far, only my joint training project. Yeah. So it's new to them that that we form in the ASA in Flamenco the Innovation Agent Task Force. And can you say a few words about that? Because there will invite also the Nigerian partners, yeah, but it should come maybe from your official voice.
Definitely invited. I'm very sorry that I do not have a visual slides for that, but we have created, as you can see, these topic committees on the or this is the better slide for that. Yeah, but we have created these topic committees that are focusing on the technological topics, education, training, promotion of initial lifelong learning, and or also diversity, social elements, or regional collaboration, or national, international collaboration and implementation. And under that, we are supporting the different working groups and task forces. And one of our pioneering and pilot task force is the innovation and innovation agent task force that we have launched. And of course, to make it successful and to make all the perspectives and to have all the perspectives in it, I really warmly welcome all of your interest, and I would really warmly welcome you to on board with this working group to really, again, discuss, but do the concrete actions and develop together. So definitely that's the new task force that our working group that we have created, and we are very happy to share with you the possibility how to join it. Yeah, I believe it's also on our website. that I can basically look for that, or basically, Richard, as you are on site, you can share directly the link then. Yeah.
I will do so. And just as information to you, we had this innovation workshop about 2 weeks ago, the first one. And there's also from the bigger Japanese industry some members that will join. But I will invite specifically our Nigerian partner to it, yeah, and I will forward them the link. Yeah. Okay.
Please do
Thank
so.
you.
Thank you very much, and
Yeah,
thank you very
and
much
the
also
others, of course, are welcome as well. Yeah.
for everyone's welcome, because as said, it's a topic that is cross-cutting, but of course we are looking at that specifically for the automotive ecosystem and sector, but is the topic that I believe this for which the collaboration is very, very, very needed, and that's why anyone that is interested is welcome, of course, to the community to be the part of it.
The morning you see beside me, Mikos, I will invite him as the Latvian representative. Yeah. But we also have Joanne from America and the other guys who were speakers who were in drives involved. I will also invite, just to be aware what will come to you. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. Maybe for those who are listening to us, of course, we have maybe a little more information from automotive industry and such things, but explanation is simple. That's the amount of investments, as was just mentioned. So it's clearly visible. And every other part is that these innovations are usually noticeable. So also, if you want some ideas, sometimes you have to check motorsport, because I've heard very good example how it works. Because, for example, Formula One races each weekend, so they can prepare the cycle for everything to do is 1 week. And example of innovation was that there were they checked that drivers usually have problems because they have helmets, there are brake dust, fumes, etc. So the air is not so good for them. And if they can be provided with better ventilation, the performance would be better for them. And then they check the rules that it's fine, check that budget is okay, because there are rules different all around everything. And it, I don't remember what was the team that was first introduced it, but it took 9 days from the idea that we should provide better ventilation for driver until the first completely working system that provides fresh air for driver. 9 days. So that's the idea for companies also. If you have something, don't put it on shelf. After 3 years, it won't be your innovation anymore.
Okay. If I still maybe the motorsport guys, if I'm still there.
Yes.
May I share just the screen and just give me 30 seconds. I need to show you exactly the innovation and example of that. Yeah, because 5 days ago we were in Spa in Belgium on the motorsport. And we have launched there the first iteration of Hydrogen VT Forum as the co-organizer. And we have seen basically the hydrogen motorsport cars. So you can see this one, that's a fuel cell hydrogen. And then we have seen also the Alpine, another technology of the hydrogen used in ICE motor. Yeah, so that's exactly the laboratory where the motorsport, by the way, the laboratory where other newest technologies used, and then of course might be used in the massive production. Yeah, so it's one of the things that that we definitely support. And when you said so, it just came to my mind that I have to show you nice cars.
Okay, thank you.
As a safety because I do safety assessments of motorsport vehicles. Yeah. For instance, for KTM Motorsport, I did it. I built up their team, and also some other. Yeah. But I have to tell you that also in motorsport we judge it differently. This is why it's so quick possible. Because
Yeah.
when we judge the safety, we judge also the controllability of the vehicle. Yeah. And the controllability and also the exposure of the vehicle to hazard. And since we have a completely different rail track, yeah, so it's wider and we have no other traffic in the opposite direction, and we go with an experienced driver, we rate differently. So it means what can be done in 9 weeks for a racing driver, we would not do for a 70-year-old neighbor, okay? And place it in her car. This is the difference. But were you right with the 9 weeks? We do it
was 9
actually
days.
9 days.
9 days.
Okay, were you right in 9 days? Is we do it for the motorsport this way. But when we release it on a normal road for the normal driver, we still have the testing. Fortunately, let's say fortunately.
Fortunately, not exactly. That's Richard what I was talking about. Yeah, you can have a quick innovation, but then you will go to mass production, or if you go to standard customers where it might cause a big issue, then you need, of course, the testing. You need all these quality procedures. Yeah. So that was that. Yeah, what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next part is small panel discussion. We welcome back Johan Hyland from Canada. And
Jakob, can you participate in the panel discussion also?
stay a little bit longer with panel discussion. with
Yeah,
us.
I can. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, then Richard, welcome.
Thank you very much. And we'll be having shortly a panel discussion. Would have Dr. Richard, Mikus, Jacob, and Johan in the panel. This panel is focused on discussions regarding implementation of innovation management systems in organizations. So it's going to involve an interactive session where we can ask questions. If you have ideas or opinions to share while asking the questions, please feel free to do so. And those that are online, please use the Menti link to ask your questions. Thank you very much. As we all know that innovation processes in organizations could sometimes be, disorganized, scattered, and in the pretext of creativity. So my question will be, how do you balance the needs for structured processes in innovation management with the necessity for flexibility and creativity? So how do you balance the need for structured processes in innovation management with the necessity for flexibility and creativity? Who goes first?
Maybe I'll start to
thank
give
you.
others also some thoughts about it. It's always a tricky thing, but I think the core issue is this different organizational culture in each of organizations, because standard and the way and that's like backup for all the environment what's going on, and it will go differently in different organizations and different cultures, and people are different. I'm sure that there are some parts of the world where this attitude within companies should be really different to get something done, including innovations. And there will be another ones where this should be something completely different. And I would say that comes back to what I've said already earlier, that you can copy everything except how it really functions because of the people. And you have to check what's the stuff you have, what's their weaknesses, how they work. Do they want to work independently more, or they can't work independently? They all should work together, etc.
Thank you very much, Mikus.
It is actually, like Miko says, a difficult question, because I was thinking while I was talking, but when we look at the different companies, what we have, they are doing it differently. For instance, when we look at the typical large tier one for automotive or also car makers, they usually try to centralize the innovation force into a certain central site location. Yeah. So when you would look for it, like in Austria, a Magna, or in Germany, a ZF or Bosch, they would have this kind of engineering research departments. And when we want to place, or they want to place something new in the market, they have the so-called pre-development units. And in the pre-development units, all the new technologies, new ideas get connected, tested out, and those that reach a certain level of maturity, that they can be used to the market. In parallel, the APR protects this material, then it comes part of a product. And then we start series development. So series development is the development that the market sees, but the pre-development is usually what the market does not see, because we don't transport the knowledge there. Now, another example, that is how at the moment, let's say, innovation largely is done by so-called integrators. We have integration companies. This is mostly, for instance, defense companies. They are not developing all the research themselves. They do a so-called technology roadmap. Yeah. So they have a kind of a scouting team around the world, finding all the kind of spin-offs, certain startups that would fit to this environment. And then they financially push those startups to get the maturity that they can be used in their system. And those that manage it become part of the company. That's called technology scouting approach. Yeah. And then up to the newest approach, when they use from our Eurospec community, BMW approach, where they connect through the universities in Munich to the IT industry. So because they have to make the car intelligent as a smart car, and they had the big challenge in the last years that they have to go beyond the vehicle, but cross the vehicle to the IT infrastructure, because the vehicle talks to the infrastructure while it drives. The vehicle has a central server, as a brain, and the brain is connecting to back data, where there is road-specific data about the road section where it should drive. And this intelligence was not in the car maker. So you have to do it within a cooperation with the IT industry. So suddenly you have cross-functional teams across companies. And then there is the approach of Volkswagen, which is different. They have the same approach. And they decided maybe it's a little bit dangerous to leave everything outside the company. So they formed their own CARIAD company. And in CARIAD, they centralize all the forces of that connectivity into their own company. But the point is, every company has to think what you say and what he said in their way of how they normally operate, how they normally live, and then connect the researchers to more and more topics to totally in a complementary field can form a solution. This we can observe. And this is why networking is important. As long as we believe actually that innovation in hierarchical states will not work really, because what we experienced in the last years from those industries, that really by the network you suddenly get completely new ideas, and the car maker would not even have survived without connecting to the other industry now. Yeah? And this is really critical of how we get more and more connected. And one idea we have in car industry is that the new generation Z will not be even interested in driving a car anymore. But when I was young, I believe there is we need a camera and there's a mobile, right? That was Nokia times. Yeah. So you need a camera. Yeah. But then a Fuji camera, whatever you had. Yeah. But the point is, can anyone believe now that you need still a camera, or would you use a mobile? Yeah. I will ask you 10 years from now the question, do you think we still need a steering wheel? Because you will drive your car by your mobile phone. And that's not a joke. We experiment with that, and we have projects that deliver that type of car by 2032 or so on the road. Yeah. So this is innovation where you cannot solve it inside. You always have to go outside.
So maybe I can jump in and talk about this more from the standards world. And that question is one that is top of mind when we're drafting the standard. Because a lot of people feel that if you have a process, it's going to curtail the creativity. Things should be serendipitous. They should just sort of happen. And then the rest will unfold. And that is not the reality of the innovation management world. Yet we do need to allow for the processes themselves to be flexible and adaptable to the environment that they need to work within. And, the reality today is most companies think of innovation as a process alone. And that's why the innovation management system is really fundamental to helping to shift or change the mindsets about what innovation really is, being the innovations and the outcome, and then what is required to help to make them successful. So when we drafted the standard, there are a number of the elements, and Clause 8, as I mentioned earlier, is about the operations clause, which covers how do you get from the intent of an innovation to the value realization. And it starts with identifying opportunities, then it goes into coming up with the concepts, and then it goes into validating the concepts, and then it goes into development, and then on into deployment. So those are kind of what we call the 5 bubbles of the standard. And as you move through those bubbles, you have to become more and more precise. You don't want to waste resources in development and developing something that you're not sure about. So you want to use the first 3 areas to be able to reduce the uncertainty, so that when you do get to development and ultimately onto deployment, you have a pretty high level of confidence that it's going to be successful. And so the creativity actually comes when you're doing the conceptualization, when you're doing the experimentation, and the processes are there, or the bubbles are there to help give you the freedom actually to be able to be creative and to be able to conceptualize and be able to experiment. And we looked at another clause, which is the support clause, which is clause 7, about how do you give the resources the psychological safety to conceptualize and to experiment. How do you set up the organization, which is covered within clause 5, with the right organizational models based on the type of innovation you're dealing with, or the level of uncertainty that you're facing. So there's a lot of elements that need to go around it to ensure that the creativity can actually thrive. And we work with a lot of German companies, and I know, Richard, you just mentioned Bosch, and Bosch has its startup platform, which we worked with in its very early days. And we were very much a part of that in terms of bringing in the strategy, the governance, and then the flexibility and adaptability of the processes, so the startup team could be able to be creative and so forth. A lot of German companies, though, have a very high quality mindset. And they bring in the words innovation controlling. And innovation controlling is almost like an oxymoron. And that's the fear that we face, is that you can't control innovation. You can enable it, you can further it, but it's not about controlling it. And that's, I think, some of the distinctions that we need to make within the cultures and so forth about what is required for innovation to be creative, and what is actually required for development to get down and make it happen. And a lot of times people that do well in development roles do not do well in the innovation roles, and vice versa. And it's just because some people are well suited for dealing with risk and answering the questions that they have the answers for and moving it forward. And you don't need creativity at that point. You need to get things done. And in the front end of innovation, you need a lot of creativity. And that's where there's high levels of uncertainty, and also many questions and very few answers. And those people are, much more well suited to, getting things going, not necessarily getting things finished and done. So part of the question is, you need to design these flexible and adaptable processes, but you also need to create the environment around it so that people can be creative and successful, and you need the right people in the right roles to be able to do that.
May I jump in and follow on that, please?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. It was a lot said, and also I support it from my perspective, because exactly you need to create environment for the innovation, yeah. And also when we have this creativity, and you need to also have a people for that, and you need to enable that people are even thinking this innovative way, and the part of that is the education, and we need to enable that already in the educational system, and even and support this innovation thinking, yeah, because it's something that we might be sometimes, of course, missing. We teach people and students technical things. We teach them that direction, but we are missing this, and we might call it soft skills. We might call it whatever, key competencies. But we might teach them creativity, or not teach them the creativity. We might discover the creativity in them. Yeah? Because that's something, for instance, it reminds me one small project which we have in our alliance, and that was about assessment, and then of course the support of the key competencies, and including that was the creativity. And I was part of this assessment and the training courses recently, and it was very interesting how even people differ, and how they are different. Yeah, because for instance, in creativity, there was a task to get to basically you have a cloth hanger, and what you can do from that. Yeah, and then some people were thinking, yeah, you can hang your clothes there, you can put that, and some people were, yeah, you haven't said if it's wooden, if it's iron, if it's anything. I can melt it. I can create houses. I can create that, and that. And you really see that in your group, you have really, really innovative people thinking out of the box, thinking out of the box of that question even, yeah. And that's something that we should support in the educational system, that we should support even the people that are already working in the companies, because we have, for instance, heard Richard, that is pre-development. But there are innovative people in the pre-development, but maybe there are also innovative people that are already in the development as such. Yeah, so to really combine also the teams, combines the views. Yeah, so that's that we need to support from my perspective. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jacob.
I would like to add some small remark about small and medium enterprises that also have some problems in this. Because of course, if big company, there are dedicated premises, dedicated equipment, personnel, but in small companies, maybe they don't even use external standards, that just internal rules. And research and development quite often goes against production because they want to use the same equipment, they want it used differently, they maybe need some assistance from the staff, and there's always question when we will produce and when there will be some time slot for something new, some testing, some new products, and that's a daily dilemma. You don't even have to have big company and international standards implemented.
Thank you, Mikos. Thank you, everyone. So in summary, we need to make the process simple. We need to collaborate. We need to upskill so that we can get what we need in process innovation. So this brings me, okay.
Please add what Ren and also Mikos, me and Jakob had in. You need to adapt the innovation process. You should see the norm like a reference material, but you still need to adapt it to the processes which fit for you. Yeah, that's the main message. So if you would copy just a model to any country, copy paste from one company like Bosch to the other one, it will not work. Yeah, because every company has somehow its own way to work. And therefore you cannot compare BMW with Volkswagen. Or you cannot compare these two with one defense maker that also makes cars, but they work differently. So the point is everyone has their own structure, but the principles of what to achieve is the same. So you have to really be capable of transforming the norm to an adapted process for you. Yeah. And this is why we think we should use an innovation agent, because that transformation or translation is not coming by just copy pasting a clause from the norm. It comes from the competence of understanding the norm and making the mapping correctly to the needs of the organization. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, maybe I would just like to emphasize that most organizations take a process and they try to just put it in the way it is designed on a generic level. But it's really about adapting the processes to the situation you're in and not letting the process drive the situation. And that often happens in organizations. And, we've worked with many companies over the years, and you need to adapt it, as Richard just said, to the environment you're in, the objectives you have, the type of innovation you're dealing with, and so forth. So it's not one process fits all, and the process should also not be the driver.
Thank you very much, Ren. Thank you, everyone. This brings me to the second question. What challenges have you faced when trying to foster a culture of innovation within your organization, and how have you been able to overcome them?
I'm missing now Johan Johansson, yeah, because we invited him because he was writing this ISO 33014 norm. And that has this improvability guide, and that he mentioned 4,000. It was actually 4 million euro project, but anyhow, and in Denmark, and the point was that they wanted to find out how much the cultural influence leads to different forms of innovation, or what you need to consider in cultural difference when you want to implement innovation. And they had really seen a complete difference in how to approach innovation, dependent if you're a commanding organization or if you're a more democratic organization or if you're an organization that's networked. So they have a, and this you can read in the ISO 33014 norm, which is even a norm part for that, yeah, for improvement and innovation. The other thing is we use in the EuroSpy community since many years the statistics of Hofstede. Yeah? I don't know if anyone of you knows Gerd Hofstede statistics about the cultural differences of human beings. Who knows Hofstede? Okay. That's actually one of the most known scientists in cultural difference analysis. And he did his first studies in IBM in the 80s, because IBM had the problem that they were in the international company and had sites everywhere in the world. And they identified that even if they use the same processes, it suddenly elaborates differently per region of the world. And they were in every place. They were in China, in Russia, in every country, in every European country, everywhere. And it works different. And then he started to measure. And the funny part of his work was, and this is what we use in our studies, that they say we all learn in the first years of our life a certain core value set. Yeah. And even if you are taught in that, let's say you are a Latvian, you live the first 6 years with your original Latvian family, and then when you are 10, you move to Germany, and they try to reteach you to be German. Okay, that would be very close enough. Let's take another culture, French. Okay. But the point is that we cannot reteach you, because in your core value, you will stay what you learned in the what you learned in the first 6 years, okay? And he identified the scaling system, how much you are favoring a hierarchy, how much you would allow in your life, how many rules are defined for you, yeah? So that is the funny part, that some cultures like Denmark only need 1/3 of the rules like what Germans need, you know? You know, Germany, you are born with 1,000 rules. Yeah? But the funny starting point was that when you compare the Germans with the East, yeah, Russia or China, then suddenly the Germans only had 2/3 of the rules they needed. Yeah. And when there was the hierarchy index from 0 to 100%, then Japan was 95%. And I think Russia was 90%, and Germany was only 60%, and we Austrians are a little bit crazy, we're only 30%. Yeah. So the point was that we really identified a scaling system, which they used in multinational companies to compare the differences in the culture. And in the United States, you saw, we used one article from IEEE 94 for myself, but we also published at this time with the SCI, Software Engineering Institute of Carnegie Mellon University. There was one article from me where we said that when we do the rating, it really differs in which country we are, right? Because you cannot ask the same approach in the United States like then in another area where they completely have a different culture. Now, there is differences, right? The only question, which is my question is, to that back is, even if we consider it, so we get cultural training, yeah, isn't it so that sometimes we are in such a conflict that we might not be able to cooperate anymore? I always believed, in my whole life, up to 2 years maybe from now back, yeah, that you can always understand the other culture and find some way. But the way how the world develops now, I probably contradicts, because I have my problem with that, yeah. But the point is that there is cultural differences, yeah. And as much as we can, we should understand it. We should go with it, yeah. respect your culture, respect your mindset, but when it goes beyond, I think, a certain limit, then also innovation reaches its limits. Yeah, and this is my experience on the difference. Yeah.
I'll
And
answer shortly on this because I would say that it's from my part what I've said, that tools and methods are the crucial point, because successful manager, for example, innovation manager, should feel and see the situation where he started to work, how this team and everything around it can be motivated and get some results. And other part is what I like about all these things and quality management is that actually there is not always the right or wrong answers or solutions. That's maybe physics, chemistry, where are only right and wrong. There will be more or less successful ones. Okay, there may be some failures, but it's not that it was completely wrong. It was not so successful solution, and that's it.
Thank you.
I would like to actually speak to both of the points using an example from Denmark, in fact, of Novozymes. And a number of years ago, we were asked to help them develop a more radical innovation culture. They were striving to move beyond their enzymes business and into other areas. And they knew that they couldn't continue to do business in the same way to be able to get into some of these new business areas. And so we did two things. One is we brought in sort of tools and methods to help to enable the culture to change over time. And we also worked with them to design the innovation management system, and in particular focus on defining their strategic intent for the future as to where they wanted to go and what would be their principles that they would want to have. And those principles really influenced their culture. And also the governance, how they would get things done, what kind of roles did they need, what would be the decision criteria, what would be their metrics for success, and so forth. And probably what happened that was the most significant was that the CTO at the time decided that he was going to change how they presented their new projects. And rather than it being a status report, he decided that it would be based on looking at what they had learned. And we had introduced to them the learning plan approach, which was really focusing on the questions that they needed to ask to reduce uncertainty across their technical and market and resource and organization areas. And so Per, the CTO, decided that he would change his reviews of projects to be asking those kinds of questions and establishing learning plans for how they would go about finding those answers. And through that changed the culture. The culture changed by enabling with the tools, the right type of dialogue, the right, obviously focus on the right issues, and having a strategic line of sight or a purpose that the organization was aiming for. And the combination of the purpose with the tools and changing the dialogue actually then did bring them on into developing a more radical innovation culture. And they went on to build their bio business, which has become very successful. And they started with like one person that kind of knew what it was about, reaching out to institutes to start to gain more knowledge, getting into partnerships, strategic partnerships to help to build out that knowledge. And then ultimately they bought into competency. So competency-based acquisitions so that they could build out the business. And the bio business now for Novozymes today is very successful. But it all started with the question of how do we develop a more radical innovation culture?
Thank you, Joan. Thank you for the contributions. And I think your answers and your contributions has really answered some of the questions embedded in the last question. So, there are dimensions to innovation culture, from the can, which is the ability to innovate, to the want, which is the willingness to innovate, and to the may, which is the potential for innovation. So my question is, in your experience, like you've shared it as well, but to be more in-depth about it, what are the key success factors, for leveraging TIMS project tools in practice to foster a culture of innovation and continuous improvement within an organization? Particularly, Mikus and Richard, I would want you to really, answer this question according to leveraging on TIMS project.
Maybe I'll start. I would say that we here in Latvia have not so big experience already with results regarding the TIMS project. But in general, I would say that more successful and easier will be in those organizations where maybe the team is quite small enough, but the core thing is that employees have quite big freedom to work and act and do whatever they want, of course, with consultation with top management. But it would be much harder where are very authoritarian leaders, because it sometimes makes the working difficult. And usually the main feeling, if you have a feeling in organization that for each thing you have to ask for can I do that or can we do it? Of course, that's not a bad thing, but if you are really into how to convince and not sure that it will be fine, and if there will be some rejection, that's already when it's hard to work. If you feel free that you always can go to colleagues and say, I have idea, even the craziest one, then it's much better. So this is that internal environment. And of course, top managers has to have the trust on their employees to let them do whatever they want. And that's what I was saying, that innovations is always about little bit also playing around. Of course, it should be managed to get stable results and then something like that. But anyway, there should be this freedom of expression, and the employees have to feel it. It doesn't come within one day. It's a longer time effort.
Thank you, Mikus.
Yeah, I think I would enter it from different role viewpoints. Yeah, because for instance, you giving the answer TIMS and on the regional or country level, for instance, first. Yeah, this reminds me when I made this kind of funny statement where I found out what went wrong, what they misunderstood in the East. Yeah, and the issue is this: when you want, let's say, to connect Nigeria to Europe, okay, then of course you have to create a kind of portfolio which you offer. Yeah. And to offer a portfolio that will be accepted on the market requires trust, networking, reputation, yeah, which is part of this kind of becoming a network of the Europeans. But also to be able to package products or services that we need, right? And therefore, what the norm is telling you is some kind of chapters how you could do it. You could train different areas of Nigeria, what kind, or even make an analysis, what kind of products we need more, yeah, and empower those regions or coach those regions or cities or whatever areas you have, that those products are offered on the European market, but use this ISO 56000 norm as a kind of structural approach how to structure your product or service. The outcome is not only a state-owned oil industry, but the outcome is a group of middle-sized companies that become part of a commercial network towards Europe, for instance. Yeah. So this is one that's on a strategic level, and this is the original meaning of what we did from the beginning. Yeah, even when we did innovation strategy projects starting from whatever 1996, and And this is strategic level answer. Now, what Miko's answered is the role model of one who is a person inside an organization and wants to do innovation. And now let's go to the problem what Joanne mentioned. You need someone that pays for it, right? Because even if you would be, let's say, a coach to a company and there's an employee having the freedom to realize the idea, you need some kind of investment network. Or you need someone who is a promoter. And this is like in everyone in the life. Yeah. If you in life need to get promoted, you need someone who knows someone. Okay, you know that. That's actually a joke we have in Austria, but it's true in the world. Yeah, and so therefore we have this strategy where we believe that as a kind of advisory position to the top management, we try to launch in the automotive, but not only automotive industry, this role innovation agent as an advisor to the top management. And it's like this winner party on TV, you know, when some people play and who will get from the millionaires the money. Yeah. And this is the guy that actually organizes such events in the company. But before that, through that structure of the 56,000 norm, empowers an environment where those people are not just killed because it costs money or they say something else than the boss has said, but because they have a chance to say something. This goes back to the democracy approach of the research. So in reality, answer is it depends on of whom you are. Are you a researcher? Then you need this democracy around you. Are you an organization? Then we need this advisory solution to the company to create this kind of environment. Or are you a region where you have a certain strategic target of how to use the norm? And what is not meant is that like I hear also from the whole panel that we try to, let's say, to create a world where one says what we should do and the rest is following. This is not the approach of innovation. This is maybe a closing statement. Yeah. From my side.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yep.
much. Joanna, yeah?
Yeah, so I think the first is that building trust is fundamental, and I think that, you know, is coming out loud and clear. To have a supportive culture, you need to have the trust and the right kind of environment, obviously, to do so. But I was kind of thinking of the 4 C's of what I would call them in terms of critical success factors for the culture. And the first is collaboration. So it's the networking, it's the partnerships, it's bringing together a lot of the people that are either internal, external, part of an ecosystem or whatever, so that we work towards a common purpose. So that's sort of the first C is the collaboration. The second C is the competence. We need to have the right people. We need to define the right roles. We need to be able to ensure that we can get the best of people and the best for any organization, whether it be small, medium, or large. The third one is communication. We need to be able to communicate effectively so that we can understand each other. And if we're not able to communicate, it can erode the trust rather than build the trust. So communication is really fundamental to that. And then the fourth C is the commitment. And you know that's been coming out as well. It's the commitment of top management. It's the commitment of various people within an organization. It's the commitment of different kinds of organizations that need to work together towards a common purpose. So I think from a culture point of view, I would see that collaboration and competence and communication and commitment are the critical success factors for being able to build the right kind of culture that is has the foundation of trust. So that would be my way of kind of putting it together in a little formula.
Thank you very much, Joan.
And if I may add to this formula, because I totally agree with these 4 C's. And just to be very quick to add to this formula, it's also a human-centric view and education of the people and support the strong, basically strong parts. And as we have said, their creativity and so on. And all that, of course, it's a soup that creates together innovation ecosystem.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Jacob.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And in summary, like motivation, recognition, communication, all helps us to achieve our innovation goals. And I would like to say the TIMS project and the TIMS products has all of these things in them that helps your organization to move towards the innovative direction that you are proposing to go. Would have one last question from Mr. Tunde, quickly.
Thank you very much. I've been involved in the TIMS project and I've seen a lot of things, but there's still an issue. Maybe it's peculiar to Nigeria. SMEs do not have access to fund to be able to do innovation because a lot of SMEs, they are more or less eager to make profits. And innovation requires some funding. It requires a lot of work to be done. Now, the question I'm worried about is this. A lot of SMEs who need innovation, how can they get access to funding? Considering that in some of them, government policies, government procedures, I'm talking from the background of my country. If an SME in Nigeria wants funding to do a lot of research, to do a lot of innovation, it is not easy to come by either with the government or with the funding organizations because a lot of financial institutions, to even give them money for operations, it costs a lot. So for them to now be able to squeeze money or to look for money to do innovation and research and development, it is a problem. Is there any way out for this? And my question is there.
Maybe I'll answer the first, because in the TIMS project I have worked on this part of the question, and then is I would answer in two parts. One is innovation, another is innovation management, because for innovations, at least in Europe, it's now popular topic. So there are different funds, and you can look for them in, I think, almost any country. If it's not now in Nigeria, I don't remember how it was there. I'm sure that sooner or later, at least a little bit progressive management of the state, all the politicians, they will also try to do it, because it's a very popular thing everywhere. The other thing is this like management of innovations, and that's a tricky part, because at this moment sometimes you can get money to do something, maybe you succeed, maybe you don't succeed, and to my mind sometimes it would be worth at first make some system behind that and only then start innovations. I had this example from Formula One. If they don't have any system behind that, there won't be a successful solution during 9 days, because that's an effort of team. They have to know how to do it from the idea till the result. And they know that they have to do it quickly, and it should work during race. It shouldn't fail. So that's about building the system behind that. And about building the system behind that, that's quite a new topic, these new standards, everything around it. And I would say that's a problem all over the world, that there is no funding for the system behind it. I hope that situation will change, because there are countries that are understanding that, oh, let's make the system and only then make funds for innovations itself. But I would say that it's changing. I hope it will change sooner, but I'm seeing this from that point of view. Other thing is that companies can work on their own, and I think that of course, sometimes we think about innovations as new product, new business opportunities, but building this environment inside the company, it can be done even without big funding externally. So if you prepare yourself internally, then you just have to sit and wait for possibility to get that funding. Sometimes this innovation is just that workers are free to decide how the best would be the way they are working. If they need some new equipment, maybe they can build themselves this equipment this internal innovation, no one sees outside. Outside is just normal production, normal products, normal services, but all the small things inside, that's not always costly because it's their working hours. They're just trying to improve something. And so don't focus always on money. Sometimes it's also, there are things to do without it. That's what I'm.
So I try to explain by projects, yeah, by some experience. I give you an example. I think you will, like Miko says, you will not be successful when you say, I go to the company and now 10% of your turnover you should use for innovation. Yeah, they will not give it to you. But I give you an example. We had the project with, for instance, KTM AG, which is this motorcycle company that was from 2009 to 2012 and continued until 2016. My company also won a quality award with the company. And KTM is meanwhile the largest bike producer in Europe. Yeah? And how did they do it? And the vision was this. Former, it was a racing company, winning the races. Now we wanted to place the same bikes on the market. And so we said the vision of innovation is we put more intelligence and safety in the vehicles so that normal bike drivers can run a powerful racing bike on a normal road. Yeah. And then the partnership was formed with BMW motorbikes, and then those technologies were developed. Yeah. But they had a vision where they get money back. Okay. And I think either you create a vision where they get money back, yeah, where you say, let's make a kind of, normally you would have to go there and make kind of first technology screening of the company, maybe for nearly free, but then elaborate with them a vision, what could be out of the product. And for that, you coach the process, yeah, and make it a standard process for the company. That is one way that works. Now, this is on the project level, yeah? And not every company will have that. Now let's go to strategic level. How did countries like Morocco do it, right? Because that is maybe transferable. Normally, and how did we try to do it? Sorry that I used the comparison again between 2003 and 2007 with Russia, which was cancelled. Even then, 2007, this one guy was a bit more dominant. Yeah, but the point was this. We usually create a partnership where the country pays into the funds of the European Union for a certain kind of research area, right? So you could go to your Nigerian government and say, for this area of this kind of education or that research that's of interest also for us. Then they put it to the fund, and the agreement is usually that when they provide proposals for funding, they include Nigerian partners, but they can put Nigeria more into your projects and more programs, but Nigeria takes their budget to support your projects. Yeah, but the projects paid from European Union, paid for European Union. That was what this Professor Guisciani was leading, a number of projects between Russia and Europe, which cancelled in 2007 because of it was visible already there that the politics have changed. Now we see the effect of that. But we are working towards Africa now, and other continents which are more open to the European Union, and there, of course, the same model can work. Yeah, as we see production plants and a lot of things through France, through Germany, also working in Morocco for the European Union as partners of the European Union. Same is working out for Egypt at the moment. Yeah, US by 2025 is next year here. And 2026 is in Cairo, in the new smart city of technology there. So the point is that we are moving in those directions, yeah. And I think when you want to make it strategic, try to get that path, yeah. But when you want to go to the project level, you have to have a vision of what you want to change in the company, because a manager will only give you money when you have a vision, and that requires some kind of quite intelligent screening of what they have. And then you make a proposal in direction usually to a market, new market Europe or so, yeah, or a new market of a improved product. And then you coach them. And usually we didn't get payment for just doing the innovation process. we got the payment for the pilot project. Yeah, so the pilot project was financed and the outcome was the innovation project or the innovation process that was then used for the other projects as well. Okay.
Thank you, Richard. Just to add to that, Joan?
Yeah, I was just going to offer because unfortunately, I don't know too much about the context of innovation in Nigeria and would love to learn more at another point in time. But I think there's two other options to be considering. Sometimes it's not, as Richard pointed out, it's not just about getting money. It's also about access to resources. And there's two routes right now. One is ISO. ISO within our Innovation Management Committee, so Johan Clare, who's the actual chair of the committee, is reaching out to get more participation from Africa and also finding ways to be able to support the African countries in terms of furthering their system. And it's not just the system from the innovation management system point of view, which is more focused on the organization. It's also at the country level in terms of the innovation system itself. So ISO, it would be one route to actually get some more visibility and potentially some support. The other was I gave a talk about the standard, in fact, at the UN in December. And the UN, while it doesn't have any money, and it tells everyone it doesn't have any money, they are reaching out to their member states in order to help them become more effective from an innovation point of view. And when I was in New York, I unfortunately didn't have much time to speak with her, but I believe there was actually someone from Nigeria who is writing policy related to the innovation system itself. And so there are areas that are happening. And, as it was mentioned, it's still in its early days, especially when it comes to the innovation management space. But from what I know, and my knowledge is limited, admittedly, I think that, I know a lot more about what's going on in ISO, but I also think the UN path could be some options. And it would, again, be less about money and much more about getting into the right networks, the right ecosystems, accessing the right resources, and so forth.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah, that was a very brilliant input, because also another source like TIMS is the United Nations Development Organization that actually provides funds for that. You should strategically connect to them.
Okay, thank you. Just to add to all of this, in a country of over 220 million people with a lot of industries, companies, small and medium scale enterprise, and young people, it is needed that innovation management system would be embedded in their activities. And that is why with the TIMS project, we have been able to reach 13 organizations so far, so that we can transfer all of this knowledge, awareness about innovation management systems to them. And we'll be working with the National Association of Small and Medium Scale in Nigeria to get across our products from TIMS to them, so that at least they can get the awareness, they can prepare themselves for the opportunity that comes their way afterwards. So we hope that this would propel the activities of these organizations towards innovation management systems. Thank you for your contributions and for your suggestion. I would like to appreciate you for the Jacob and Joan, Richard and Mikus. Please, can we applaud them, please?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that comes to the end of the panel session. I hope we've learned one or two things from this, and I pass it on to Mikus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for
Thank you.
remote
Bye-bye.
participants. It was nice to hear you. Thank you. Bye. And our next part is the workshop. That's very practical ones for those who want to check the tool itself, because as I've said, it's sometimes not so easy to do it on your own and start on your own. So this is the possibility to get some guided tour to see how it's working. And I'm sure all those who are remotely participating, they are sitting at computers, so it's very easy for you, all of you there, somewhere in the world. And so I would like to give the stage for who will be the presenter of the tool, because it's more like Damian, will you be the one who will share the screen, how to connect to tool and such things, very practical ones? Because I think we can directly move to the workshop and start some practical things. And of course, if there are questions, please send them to us. We will try to answer them as it will be the possibility to interact directly with us at this moment. Okay, then I'll give a microphone to Richard.
That was surprise action. Okay, well, good. What was the workshop? Ah. Okay, Damian, that is practical session about how to enter the self-assessment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm traveling too much to read everything. Yeah, okay, so that is the website. Working? Yeah, switch on and off, yeah. And I think we might even have audience on site, yeah. But Laura can also explain, right?
I'll few words. Everyone can access this already now from the TIMS project page. There is that self-assessment tool, and pushing the button, you will go to this page. So you don't have to write down this long name.
Okay, yeah. And then maybe what you see here, this is just the current version of the tool, because we have those processes configured which are published by the norm already, but the norm will still be enhanced, so there will be more processes maybe over the next 1 and 2 years. Yeah, you can also explain. Yeah.
You go ahead and
Okay. So what they do there is, when you're there, you can say, I not log in, register, right? TIMS registration, yeah. Because this portal has been configured for, let's say, a self-assessment. We also use it for real company assessment. So this is why there's different roles on it, yeah. So we have heard about a few companies, but you can only see, of course, your account. This is kind of privacy policy, of course, because of data protection, that you can only see what you see. Yeah. And so when you create your account, you see your own organization, but maybe you can also write a different organization. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if we have already TIMS demo. So say TIMS Latvia demo. Okay, anyhow, that's new. Okay. And then you say, I need a new account. But if you have already an account, because some of the members have already an account, then you don't create a second account. It's like your bank account. Yeah, you don't need a second bank account. You just need to have a further transfer on your bank account, right? So it's the same thing. You need one account on the portal, but with one account you can create more than one assessment. So you could be doing a self-assessment for this part of your organization or the other part of the organization, or for this company or that company. This is why you might create here more than one assessment. And if you have already one account created, please remember your username and password. Yeah. Otherwise, the next time you need another account again. Yeah. So in this case, we have username, then we have password, and you have to retype the password. Yeah. We don't ask for self-assessment more details at the moment, yeah, but if you do a real company assessment, let's say a professional one, we normally give you more data. Yeah, we register you as a real assessor. In this case, you're just registered as a kind of self-assessor. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So on the right side, you see here the units, actually the
Left side.
processes. left side, sorry.
Yeah.
On the left side, you see the processes. I've already mentioned them today in the presentation. For example, here I'm S1 leadership. Yeah, maybe Damian, you can open the notes as well. And the notes, please. Yeah. So here you've seen actually today in my presentation the screenshot, and usually an assessor just goes through all of these base practices. So this is where you start at level 1. And this is base practice 1. Yeah, you just read through that and you type in the strengths, weaknesses, and the comments. Depending on what the interviewee tells you. And then you rate not partially, largely, and fully, which I've also presented today. And you get a rating scale also. Maybe, Damian, if you go to, I don't know if it's in there. I think in your portal, you don't have any rating. Maybe you just go through and rate some.
I think we can take IMS1 as an example.
Yeah.
But type in something about strengths and weakness, maybe just dummy. Yeah. So that we can show the rest of the reports. Yeah. So basically it's not the norm itself. Yeah. It's a kind of grouping of the norm into so-called sub-processes. And the reason why we needed this was explained in the morning by Jörn, because when we invented those models at the beginning of the 90s, used wide in the industry, we needed to group any norms into kind of a process landscape. And this was done at this in the portal. Yeah. And what Laura explained here is that we have predefined practices, and practices have outcomes, and outcomes and practices can be compared. But we have heard today from Joanne and me and others that we need to interpret them in the context of the organization. Yeah, it looks different for a BMW than for Volkswagen or a small company, but the principles are the same. And then you comment what they showed you, and then they comment what from those criteria A to E you did not find, and you discuss with the company in a coaching manner or a consulting manner what they could do and does it make sense. Yeah, so they can come to a kind of improvement potential plan. Yeah, because you might go through many practices and you come then to a structured approach where are all practices that haven't been F fully. Yeah. And you can print that as a kind of innovation action plan at the end. It's kind of benchmarking to the norm. Yeah. We use that also in some industries. When I told you that they have to do a assessment where they prove to their customer that they have considered the norm, that we make a comment in every place and say, okay, since we have here everywhere a proof, we can give fully. Yeah. And then we send that back as a proof that we've considered the norm. Also that way it can be used. Yeah. Okay, so enter here give fully, give the second one only largely maybe. Yeah. The next one partially, I don't know. Yeah. And writes what is it? No strategy documented under weakness or whatever. Yeah, so we can write something in it. Yeah. But usually it comes with a writing, because from that the report can be generated. Yeah.
Yes.
It's done in a consulting session, in an interview with the company, together with the top manager or maybe the innovation agent or some people who are involved in innovation. You would have to select whom to interview. Yeah. You have some guidance there whom to interview. And as I mentioned before, it makes sense that you select in which area you want to help them to package a new service or product. Yeah. Okay. Once you have done that, so this is a full guidance to what you should ask and what you should rate. What we did not explain here, and that's a separate training, is at the moment we only ask the questions on level 1. You see here IMS 1 is the process and 1 is the practices. Now we have level 2. When you click there, level 2, this is what Laura said is the efficiency questions. Once you have done something, you can be more or less efficient with the doing. Yeah. And here the efficiency means that you have a target where you can check against it, you can measure it, yeah, with matrix. This is 211, 212. And the other thing is all results are administered, right? And version controlled. Do you want to say more to the generic practices, Laura?
No, to the generic practices, no, not really.
Yeah. So this is only for now, for those partners who have used the portal so far. So we reduced the number of GPs because we have a reference project at the moment in Sweden, where the Swedish government published a similar approach. And the Swedish government also uses less on questions on level 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we have adapted to the style of what the Swedish government does. And today, by the way, I was searching while the people were talking. China has released a version of assessment also using capability levels the same way we do. Okay, just to be aware of that. Yeah. So what we do is recognized and we do it. Yeah. The structured innovation. Yeah. So we should do it, and we should also know that in our community of our TIMS project that this is important because we are at the race on the continents at the moment, but we all define
very true, yeah.
this way of practices and levels of efficient innovation at the moment. Yeah. Okay. But this link I only found today, so they are quick somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then once you enter that, yeah, you can go for rating menu, and there under calculation, you find your rating total. Yeah.
Yeah, your results, exactly. It's still loading. Oh no, you haven't shared the window, I think. Just share the whole screen, maybe.
Also, hast du jetzt ein anderes Fenster offen, oder? Ah.
It's not my computer. It's
Ah.
his.
Macht du die wirklich kein Rating auf? Yeah,
Okay.
It was opened in a separate window. But you see that the overall rating is P, so it means all your single ratings are aggregated as an average and mapped back to the percentage scale. Yeah. So if Damian would rate one of the practices higher, they can go to an L or to an F, but this is level 1. So 1 is how to do it, and level 2 is how well you plan it and how well you track it and how well you actually have documented it.
But now I think they got it partially in
Yeah.
level 1. So I think it's they haven't reached level 1 yet. Yeah.
Right. So there is also a guidebook saying how to interpret the profile.
Yeah.
You know the interpretation because you wrote it, but those people who actually want to interpret the profile, there is a guidebook for interpreting the profile. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So you therefore get a very good advice what questions to ask, what to rate, what to document, what rating scale to use, and what profile you get out. Yeah. And this way, that's across all processes. And yeah, that I think is the main functions. There is also a report function. Yeah. So if you want to have an innovation assessment report, there is a export Word function. And with that, that generates you already finished document, Word document, with the structure of all processes you rated, all strengths and weaknesses you found, and also all evidences you uploaded. There's also a menu we forgot to show about that you can also gather evidences.
So basically, this is the summary then of all the ratings, and you can make an action plan out of it for the company.
So the profiles are there, how you rated is there, also what you wrote there, and what are minus points. Yeah. Per practice, per process. Yeah. So this is kind of structured. This is what I call structured innovation, because be it a project in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, in United States, or in Latvia, we use the same general approach to rate where we are, even if we have different approach how to do it. Yeah. And this is what we call this benchmarking approach. Yeah. And as I said, you have seen from Jörn that these models of benchmarking with the profile were invented around the beginning of the 90s. And I was at this time one of the guys who published in IEEE this new approach. Yeah. It was on the article which Johan Johansson showed, that was actually the key author was me from the beginning of the 90s. So I'm long time in this business. I'm 62 and I'm still run on the mountains. Yeah. It's my life. Yeah. So maybe I look old enough, yeah, to be mature, but probably my brain I still keep young. Yeah. Maybe in the body as long as I can as well. Okay, so this is the tool, I think, and maybe more functions. What do you think, Laura, to show?
I think it's sufficient for today. There's no. Do you want some
Maybe
other
someone can try out here in the room and say, is there a question to it? You know,
Yes,
something like
maybe.
this,
Yeah.
there is one more thing, Damian. Can you click the base practice there? So when you click the identifier, okay, when you click the text, that's true. When you click the can you, yeah, let's make it short, okay? Langsam eins nach dem anderen, one after the other step. If you click the text of the base practice, there's a list of outcomes, right? You see here some of the outcomes appears. The norm doesn't have outcomes. This was one of the topics we had with the 56,000. And we had to invent in the project what outcomes we expect. Yeah, that is the work what we did together. Also, Oluwalu and others collaborated on that. So we enriched the norm with a set of outcomes per sub-process area. And you can see it when you click the text. But the other thing interesting is the mapping. So when you click the identify IMS1 PP1, then you see the norm part. So you see it relates the norm part to 56,002 clause 5.1. Yeah. So you have a kind of reference of each practice back to the norm part that we used. And what we expect is that, as we said, that when the norm further develops, only that reference will change, but the practice will nearly stay the same. Yeah. Okay. So I hope that's understandable. Yeah. And if there's any questions, there's also a guideline somewhere. I don't know where's the guideline to download.
Yeah, it's on the Google Drive, but I don't know if it's
I
maybe
don't
somewhere
think the
else as
Google
well.
Drive is available. I think I learned now we should make the guideline downloadable on the
Yeah,
web page
that's
and
true.
also on the portal page. Yeah. Because there is a guideline with it, how to work with this environment, and the guidebook with it. And we have a short version and a long version. And I just realized in the presentation that we don't have it online.
It would be
Yeah.
good, yes.
Okay.
We should provide it to you.
But no one is
We
running. Yeah.
we will upload it on our website
Okay.
probably, yeah.
Okay, we did always send it by email. Yeah. Okay,
Or
good.
send it per email. Yeah.
I think we did our surprise part. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take this one. As I understand, this was succeeding, showing how the self-assessment tool works and how the assessments are done. So everyone had possibility to have some more insight, just not theoretical that there is a tool, but how it functions and what you can get out. Of course, to fully complete it, it takes much more time than we can offer here. That will be days, I would say, if you want to do everything properly and really to put all the information inside. So that means big thanks to all the participants. If there are no questions about the tool and this part, I would say that we are happily went and managed to finish this conference. I'm really glad that you all participated. To be precise, I know that today there were 22 countries. I don't know about those online, but that's registration facts. And we will calculate also how many people were participating in both remote and online and on-site events. So big thanks to those who participated. Feel free to contact us in future also if you have some questions, because of course this tool is for people to use. That's the intent. And you have to see how useful it is. And I would say that maybe that's for this TIMS project is generally the unique part, because of course training materials, they are here already, they will be there, they will be updated as all the standards are changing all the time. But this kind of the tool you won't find anywhere else. And that's the idea, that there should be some interactive assessments. It's also discussed in ISO technical committee that standards should move forward, and that you have approximately 30 pages of something. That's a history. Now everything moves forward and more interactive things are possible. So standardization also have to move forward and think something new. Those who are familiar with EFQM model knows also that assessment is already now digital. Something similar to this is happening there, and also assessments are done on a platform. So there are differences, and this is ISO, but we are moving towards future. And I was telling yesterday to the partners that actually this is also innovation, because we are doing what we have not done in a way that we have not done it previously. We had some experience, different experience. We have tried some parts of this, but putting all together is innovative activity. So thanks everybody, and really nice that you joined us. Hope you will join some other time later. And TIMS project officially will be available for minimum 5 years, but our plan is to continue to update it as these standards will change, will be updated, and of course materials and content will be updated also. Otherwise it will be just some historical facts that at this point of time there were such standards, and that's it. So thanks and goodbye.